Okay, we'll get started. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, good morning to you all. You are all very welcome to Dublin Castle for this meeting of chairpersons of Environment and Energy Committees of the European Parliament. I hope that you, the member states of the European Parliament, I hope that you enjoyed the dinner and the entertainment last night, and I thank you for your cooperation in arriving here this morning. Before we get into the substance of today's meeting, there are a few housekeeping matters that we must attend to. As you know, the theme for today's meeting is Clean Energy for the Future. In each of today's 3 sessions, each session will commence with a presentation from the guest speakers, and this will be followed by questions from the floor. It is my intention to begin by allocating 2 minutes for each contribution from the floor. Questions will then be put to the invited speakers in batches of 4 and 5. In order to facilitate the efficient running of the meeting, I request that you complete a request for the floor form, which is in your delegate pack. These are colour-coded: green for session 1, ivory for session 2, and tangerine for the final session. There are additional forms available at the back of the hall on the document table. I would ask that you fill in your request for the floor at the start of each session and then hold it up. There will be staff along both sides who will collect the forms and bring them to the Secretariat. The working languages for today's meeting are French, English and Spanish. You may also speak in German or Italian, but not listen in those languages. I would ask you to pay attention for a couple of moments while we now play a clip on health and safety announcement.
Ladies and gentlemen, may we please have your attention for this public safety announcement. This is the main conference hall. The conference hall has 3 emergency exits. Exit signs will remain illuminated at all times. Please take a moment to check the exit nearest you, bearing in mind that it may be behind you. In the event of emergency, you will be asked to proceed to the exit and move up the stairs to the assembly point located in the lower castle yard beside the church. For your convenience, restrooms are located outside the main entrance to the room. Please ensure that mobile phones are switched to silent while in the conference hall, and remember that Dublin Castle is a no-smoking building. If you are using headsets, we would request that you return them to where you found them when you have finished. Welcome to Dublin, Ireland, and at its heart, Dublin Castle. For over 800 years, Dublin Castle has been at the centre of Irish political and cultural history. Please take time during your visit to tour around the castle, see Ireland's past in pride of place and memory, and enjoy the breathtaking art, furniture and decor. Thank you for your attention and enjoy your time in Dublin Castle.
Thank you for your cooperation. We now turn our attention to the main items for discussion. Firstly, I would like to welcome you all here to Dublin Castle this morning. This is a very symbolic building and is situated in the very heart of historic Dublin. It stands in the high ridge, the highest ground in the locality, at the junction of the River Liffey and its tributary, which is now underground, the Poddle, which formed a natural boundary on two sides. In the 930s, a Danish Viking fortress stood on this site. Their settlement quickly became the main Viking military base in Ireland. The Norwegian and sometimes Danish rulers had control of the Irish Sea and forayed deep into the centre of Ireland from their base here in Dublin Castle. Eventually their power was broken by an Irish army under the command of King Brian Boru at the Battle of Clontarf in 1014. The castle changed hands after the Norman invasion in 1169 and would later come under British rule. However, the Easter Rebellion of 1916 marked the beginning of the end of British rule in Ireland. On the 6th of December 1921, the Anglo-Irish Treaty was signed by 26 of the 32 counties of Ireland and became the Irish Free State, which now, of course, is a republic, so ending 7.5 centuries of English colonial rule. General Michael Collins, Chairman of the Provisional Government and Minister for Finance, arrived in the upper yard of Dublin Castle on the 16th day of January 1922 and received the handover of the castle from the last Lieutenant Fitzallen on behalf of the new Irish government. In our first session today, we will discuss the topic, the sustainable production of energy within the EU, which will be chaired by my colleague and Vice Chairman of the Oireachtas Joint Committee on Transport and Communications, Mr. John O'Mahony, TD. In our second session today, we will discuss the topic, protecting our environment for a sustainable future, and finally, in our third session, we will consider the topic, towards our climate change goals, with Ms. Connie Hedegaard, the EU Commissioner for Climate Action. The opportunity to chair this meeting is greatly valued. I look forward to an interesting debate and hope that by conducting proceedings in the open and broadcast live on UPC channel 207 and on the internet, we will provide the citizens we serve with a window into the discussions and debates between European parliamentarians, the Presidency of the EU Council and the European Commission. I now welcome Mr. John O'Mahony, TD, to the chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman McCarthy. And as the formalities are now concluded, I'm delighted to proceed with session one of our meeting today. I would like to welcome Mr. Gunther Oettinger, EU Energy Commissioner, and Mr. Pat Rabbitte, TD, Irish Government Minister for Communications, Energy, Natural Resources, on the topic sustainable production of energy within the EU. From Athens to Lisbon and from Dublin to Madrid, these are difficult times for many of our citizens. One of the issues that is causing so much concern is the price of fuel, which is leading to increasing instances of fuel poverty right across the Union. Global challenges for energy markets are increasing. There are many obstacles facing us, including climate change, dwindling fossil fuel production, paralleled with increasing global demand and increasing volatile geopolitics. To cope with these challenges, Europe needs a harmonised and unified approach that will provide security and stability of energy supply right across the region. Europe needs to invest in infrastructure that serves projects which encourage the production of sustainable green energy, secure the creation, supply that satisfies the demand of energy across the Union. If we are to pass on to our children and our children's children a clean, safe and sustainable place to live, then we must deliver an energy supply which complements those aims. As I stated last night, Ireland has more than tripled its renewable energy production over the course of the last 10 years, and we are committed to achieving a renewable energy target of 16% of the gross final consumption of energy to come from renewable sources by 2020. I am fully committed to an interparliamentary dialogue on this, a most vital EU-wide concern, and I look forward to a healthy debate this morning. Can I now call on Commissioner Oettinger to make his opening address?
Verehrter Herr Kollege Minister Pat Rabbit,
Well, dear colleagues,
meine Herren
Minister
Ausschussvorsitzenden, verehrte Damen und Herren Abgeordnete, meine sehr verehrten Damen und Herren. Ich danke dem irischen Parlament
the Irish Parliament for the invitation and the opportunity to meet here with members of Parliament from all the member states and all of the candidate countries, and to have the opportunity to speak to you here today about European energy policy and a European climate change policy. There's probably no other sector of our economy where coordinated cooperation is so important. We need to work at national level. We need you and your governments to work on these issues. We also need work to be done at local level, but we also need to work on this at European level. We need to do work in the legislative area, and we also need to work on this in the private sector as well. So it's an art, the art of having a successful policy on energy and climate change at European level consists of moving forward in a coordinated, coherent, consistent fashion, involving all of the stakeholders at local, national and European level, and obviously with the involvement of the private sector. Where do we stand in terms of Europeanizing, as it were, our energy strategies? In recent years, Europe has taken a lot of action, and I think we have booked successes. Firstly, we were successful with the single market. If you look at it from a historical perspective, we've had the European community, we have the European Union, based on a union, a peaceful union, and the other pillar was the single market, to have that free movement of goods and services in an area that has 500 million citizens. And so we're able to move goods, provide services in that functioning, operational single market. We have a functioning single market for coal and steel, but we still do not have a functioning single market for oil and gas. So now we intend to do all that we can in terms of extending infrastructure and getting the right rules in place to ensure that there is transparency, to ensure that there is competition, to ensure that we create a level playing field so that electricity Power can be a product or a service like anything else, like selling cars, financial products, any services that can be provided. In order to achieve this, there are various single market packages, which at the present time are on your agenda in the member states in terms of implementation, and we want to support that implementation. We've had the second and third single market package. Those packages are the only way to achieve the goals set out by the European Council 2 years ago, that by 2014, this particular single market will be completed. If you look at infrastructure, what we're still finding is that the transport of energy is adversely affected by the shortages in infrastructure. We need gas infrastructure, we need reverse flow technology, we need new storage possibilities, we need high power sea cables, and in June in our European Council we will be looking at how we can further expand our infrastructure, both for electricity, electrical power, and gas. In June, we will be defining the projects that have been identified as being of common interest in the next few years. And we'll also have the next budget for the next 7-year program, and that will have a Connecting Europe facility. That facility will help to co-finance a number of projects through, for example, project bonds. With the assistance of the European Investment Bond, there will be various mechanisms, guarantees, etc., to make it possible to make progress in these fronts. We have these energy islands that have been identified. We want to overcome those. And for gas, for example, there'll have to be 2 non-national bidders for any projects. We want to also extend LPG terminals so that we, as power users, will be in a strong position for negotiations that lie ahead, so that we don't have monopolies, a monopoly for, let's say, one gas pipeline. That, for example, can lead to a situation where gas prices in one country can be up to 50% higher than in other countries. So we need a single gas price if our industry and our citizens are to be able to keep up in the energy sector on that level playing field. Then we have the 2020 criteria. This is an agenda that we've been implementing for the past 6 years, and we're in the process of creating the proper legislative basis to be able to check and monitor progress in the member states. And if I may, I'd like to draw an interim balance sheet, as it were. If you look at reduction in CO2 emissions, we have our dates, and we want to have a 20% reduction. And we're doing well at the moment in terms of meeting those targets. And if we continue the progress that we've achieved over the past 6 years, we will achieve those targets. No problem. And we have to be clear that in terms of reducing CO2 emissions, this will be good for the energy sector. If you look at the transport sector or the agriculture sector or industry, currently their reduction levels are much lower than you find in the energy sector. On energy efficiency, again, we have that 20% reduction target. So to use less, to reuse, and renewables. We have the Energy Efficiency Directive that was adopted about 6 months ago, and that's now in the phase of being implemented at national level. So that's on your table, on your agenda at the moment. Energy efficiency is something that requires national legislation, but it also needs to be promoted, fostered, specifically at national level. Because we have a problem. One problem, for example, is that our buildings use up to 40% of the energy used. So we need to work on buildings, on the construction sector. Many of public buildings, hospitals, town halls, schools, etc., they have been built many years ago. And if you look at public buildings, and in particular electricity use and heating, it's not efficient. We need to have insulation, we need to have new energy efficient windows, all of those measures to improve energy efficiency. But all of those measures are very expensive. Now, often the criticism is made that we're constantly preaching about energy efficiency, like a Sunday sermon, but the rest of the week we don't do very much about it. Across the European Union, only 1% has been retrofitted, as it were, in terms of what could be retrofitted and brought up to current standards in terms of energy efficiency. And if you look at both the private and the public sector and what's being done each year, it's a very small amount. Obviously, because this costs a lot of money, and you only claw back what you've invested in maybe 15 or 20 years. But in the long term, we will save money, because that means we'll be buying in less primary energy, we'll be using less electricity, and we will not need to produce as much heat, because buildings will be insulated efficiently. Now, in the electricity sector, what we find, and it's quite worrying, is that in many member states, incentives, if you look at incentives for wind and solar power, the calculations were too generous. And now, because of the budget crisis, that financial support is having to be cut, in some cases retroactively, and that has a huge negative impact on confidence. So our recommendation would be that it has to be possible to cut future incentives. We don't want to create a gold rush environment that people think that if they get into solar or wind power, that there's lots of money to be made. But at the same time, if you introduce retroactive cuts, that destroys confidence in the system. So I think despite our budgetary difficulties, we have to ensure that those who have invested have certainty for the running period of their project, that they can rely on the financial basis upon which they've built their project and invested. But at the same time, make it possible to reduce the money being spent on such incentives in the future. And there's a very important point here. No sector puts such value on long-term planning as the energy sector. If you want to build a nuclear power plant, you need planning certainty for 20, 40, up to 60 years. A coal-powered station, again, decades. If you want a gas-powered station, you need at least 20 to 30 years of certainty. If you're building networks, pipelines, again, you need a long period of certainty.
war für Investoren
So
gestern.
for investors looking ahead, 2020, that's already yesterday. And 2030, basically it's tomorrow if you're a potential energy investor. Now this afternoon we'll be hearing from Commissioner Hedegaard, and we together in the Commission have brought out a green paper, and that has been presented for consultation. The aim with that green paper is to invite the relevant national authorities, and we want your feedback, we want your criticism, and we want your support as well. What should our strategy for a European electricity and gas single market look like? A European energy strategy, climate protection strategy. What should these strategies look like post-2020? And there, I think 2030 is a very important deadline. By the end of this year, as the Commission, on the basis of your ideas, we want to come forward with a proposal. Now, whether that might have 3 targets or 2 targets, it's still open. 2020-2030 would be too short, but I think to do nothing is not an option. On the way towards an energy and climate protection policy, we need ideas for the coming decades. And we need the agreement of all the member states, all of your governments and all your parliaments, and also the European Parliament. If that's not achieved, then the European energy and climate protection policy will be very much weakened because we will see fragmentation of the market increasingly. If you look at global climate conferences, Europe goes in there with 28 ministers, but not a single vote. Against that, you have Washington, Beijing, Russia, Brazil, and we're simply not taken seriously. So we need to act together, and we need to identify what the common denominator can be to get everyone on board. Denmark, Poland, Germany, Italy, the Baltic states and Portugal, Ireland and Greece. And let me tell you now that through the change in the entire economic landscape and the budgetary crisis in many countries in Europe, this time it will be much more difficult to develop a common strategy. And I think that everyone needs to be willing to compromise. For example, I think that it's possible and it is right to have new CO2 reduction targets so that Europe can play a pioneering role. But Europe cannot save the climate of the world by itself. Europe on its own is too small. That means that we have to be realistic, we have to be pragmatic at every step along the way. Europe is responsible for 11% of all greenhouse gases. By 2030, that will be reduced to 3 to 4%. That puts into perspective how important Europe is. But I think that we need to make it clear that we need to work together, and we need to realize that the world has changed. In the USA, for example, there's a shale gas revolution, and that is increasingly causing problems for the European sector, for steel, aluminium, copper, ceramics, cement, paper, the chemical industry. All of those sectors are increasingly having difficulty because the oil price in the States is about a quarter of the price as it is in Europe. So I do not think
Das
that
Niveau des
we
Gaspreises der USA zu
will be
erreichen,
successful in
aber
achieving
den Abstand zu verringern.
USA-level
Nicht das
fuel
Vierfache,
prices.
das Fünffache zu bezahlen.
But we can close the gap
So maximal
so that we're not paying 4 or 5 times as much as they are. We may improve it so that we're paying, let's say, double the prices in the USA.
Und immer höhere Steuern auf Energie
In
hinter uns.
terms of having higher taxes on energy, I think that's something that lies behind us.
Mehr allein durch höhere
We are
Steuern
not going to solve the budgetary problems in the member states through having higher energy taxes.
Zum Zweiten, wir müssen den Binnenmarkt
Secondly,
vollenden.
I think we have to
Zum Dritten, wir
complete
müssen
the single
die
market.
Preisindex
Thirdly,
für Gas verringern und
we have
abschaffen.
to reduce the oil price indexation for gas.
Die russischen Partner werden auf Dauer unsere wichtigsten Partner bleiben.
And we need to look at strategic alliances. In the longer term, Russia will be a major strategic partner. But do we want to have Gazprom as our supplier for 100%?
Und ergänzend, vielleicht die
I think we need to diversify and possibly take on board the shale gas
vorschnell
option.
die Shale-Gas-Produktion einzustellen.
But I would not
Aber ich will Ihnen raten,
suggest that we jump in prematurely to the production of shale gas,
ein dauerhaftes
simply
Moratorium,
to consider.
generelles Nein
And
zu den Shale-Gas-Optionen jetzt
I think that
halten wir
having
für den völlig falschen Weg.
the response no to shale gas, I think that's the wrong response at the present time.
Großbritannien gehen vermutlich
Poland, for example, the
voraus. Wir
UK
werden einen Rechtsrahmen
are looking at these
europäisch
options.
vorschlagen und
We will be
entsprechende
proposing
Hilfen vornehmen,
an EU
die in
legislative
Verwahrung
framework
für
to see
Natur,
how
Trinkwasser und Grundwasser
we can
möglicherweise ein
protect,
gewisses Potenzial an Shale-Gas auch
for example, drinking water and other areas of the environment, whilst at the same time exploring shale gas with a view to having better pricing and also to reducing
Meine
imports.
sehr verehrten Damen und Herren,
Ladies and
und dann
gentlemen,
glauben wir, dass wir einen erneuten Schub brauchen.
I believe that we need a
Wir legen Ihnen
new
im Spätherbst
push
unsere Mitteilung
when
vor,
it comes to
in der wir
CCS.
in der Forschung, Entwicklung, bei
We need
Demonstrationsprojekten, bei
to
Anwendung
invest in research and
CCS,
development
also bei der
projects
Lösung
that
des
look at
letzten
CCS.
Umweltproblems
If you look
in der
at the
Produktion von
environmental
Wärmestrom aus
problems
fossilen
in
Soweit
when it comes to the use of fossil fuels.
unsere Arbeit aktuell.
So those are a few ideas
Sie bitten,
on what we're doing at the moment, and now I would urge you to help us to implement that package to complete the single market
für Ihre nationale
by
Gesetzgebung
putting
dort, wo
it
noch nicht
through your
erfolgt,
parliaments
beschleunigt gelingt.
and, where possible, to
Helfen Sie mit, dass
accelerate
durch
the
Förderprogramme
procedures.
Ihrerseits dem Thema
We'd also
Energieeffizienz
encourage you to bring forward incentive mechanisms to foster
geben Sie uns Ihre
developments,
Stellungnahme,
and
Ihre
we would
Präferenz,
also urge you
wie
to
Sie unsere
give us your
2020
feedback
Ziele
on how you think that those 2020 targets
30 sehen
can be
und wo
achieved
dabei Ihre Prioritäten
in the
und
next
Ihr Vorschlag
decades.
für eine weitere Europäisierung der
And
Energiepolitik
we'd
und
also be interested in your ideas and future European policies in these sectors. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner. And can I now call on the Minister for Communications, Energy and Natural Resources, Mr. Pat Rabbitt.
Chairperson, parliamentarians, distinguished guests, it gives me great pleasure to welcome Commissioner Oettinger yet again to Dublin Castle and to thank him for his opening address, and I'm very pleased indeed to welcome you all to this historic site, and I would like to thank you for the invitation to speak to you on the potential benefits of renewable energy. As the Commissioner has just said, our economic environment, allied to EU and international energy developments, and he finished off his address with with one of those, requires us to reassess energy policy directions and to ensure that we set the best course for the short, medium and long term. However, while it is true that many of the key drivers for energy policy have changed in the last 5 years, the overriding policy objectives remain the same. Security of supply, competitiveness and sustainability will continue to be the pillars of energy policy. We remain all too heavily reliant on imported fossil fuels for our energy needs. In Ireland alone, we currently import more than 6 billion worth of fossil fuels every year. The ongoing economic turmoil and geopolitical uncertainty only further underline the risks associated with such a total dependence on imported fossil fuels. This dependency underlines the immediate and long-term imperatives to enhance energy security, reduce price volatility, and ensure energy sustainability at competitive prices for both individuals and businesses, while meeting our demanding renewable energy and climate change targets. Last month, we held an informal meeting of Environment and Energy Ministers here in this very hall. At the back-to-back lunch, the discussion was focused in the context of the Commission's Green Paper on post-2020 and how to ensure a coherent EU climate and energy policy framework whilst reviewing economic growth and competitiveness. Later, during the informal, energy ministers discussed a number of issues, each of which is of direct relevance to the role of renewables. The internal energy market, with the focus on consumers, demand-side management, and distributed generation. The financing of energy efficiency. The impacts of unconventional oil and gas on security of supply, competitiveness and prices. And finally, the integration of intermittent renewable sources into the networks. While significant efforts continue to diversify transport and heat energy sources to renewable energy, the reality is that in the medium to long term, oil will continue to play a pivotal role in the energy sector. Until we achieve a fully decarbonised economy, there is a need to ensure secure and competitive oil supplies without ignoring the unconventional oil and gas revolution, which is already reshaping global energy markets. The question is, what do we need to do to ensure investment, maintain competitiveness, and avoid carbon leakage? Many at that meeting agreed that achieving the internal energy market is critical if we're to optimize in a cost-effective manner the penetration of renewables, and that achieving energy efficiency targets is going to be key to achieving our renewables and greenhouse gas emission goals. In Ireland, for example, energy efficiency will deliver 2% of our 12% renewable heat target. For the EU, full implementation of the third energy package is an absolute must. Ireland strongly supports full completion of the internal energy market, but this should not be regarded as an end in itself. It is a means to benefit all EU citizens by contributing to economic growth, to security of energy supply at affordable prices, and to sustainable energy use through the development of secure and sustainable energy sources. The package, as the Commissioner remarked, includes the Renewables Directive, which was instrumental in providing the necessary stability for development of the renewable sector in Europe, and the Commission's June 2012 communication on the future of renewables. We await Commission guidance papers on support schemes and cooperation mechanisms, In addition, the Energy Efficiency Directive and the Energy Infrastructure Regulation were agreed under the Danish and Cypriot presidencies, respectively. The post-2020 framework discussions during our presidency, which will also continue into the Lithuanian presidency, will support this process of making an informed and equitable decision. The scenarios envisaged in the Commission's Energy 2020-2050 roadmap foresee significant development of renewable energy up to 2050 as a no-regrets option. The renewable sector requires investor certainty on the energy landscape after 2020. While I agree with this, one thing is clear: renewable energy will continue to play a significant role, and we can plan for and invest in it on a no-regrets basis. So, while we do need to decide on a post-2020 framework, we already have a direction to take, and the most immediate issue is to ensure that we continue on that path to 2020. The 2009 Renewable Energy Directive has set very ambitious targets with the objective of achieving 20% of all energy in the EU from renewable sources by 2020. Not just for its own sake, but because a vibrant renewable energy sector can deliver on a number of fronts. It can help wean Europe off imported fossil fuels. It can enhance security of supply, create employment opportunities, and deliver competitively priced, sustainable energy. It will also be critical to decarbonising our economies and will assist with the treatment of wastes. How we achieve these challenging targets will have a major impact on our future economic prosperity and well-being. And here in Ireland, the decarbonising of the entire energy system will be a central tenet of Irish energy policy over the short, medium and long term. In relation to renewable energy, wind energy has been a significant driver of growth. Like many European countries, Ireland has seen huge growth in wind-generated electricity in recent years. Since 2003, approximately 1,250 turbines with a total capacity of almost 1,800 megawatts have been commissioned, and almost 18% of our 2020 electricity consumption was drawn from renewable sources. This makes the single greatest contribution to achieving our 2020 target to deliver 40% electricity demand from renewable sources. As we move towards more integrated European-wide electricity and gas markets, it gives Ireland a real opportunity to develop new markets for our renewable sources so that we become net exporters of renewable energy and technology. So that this means that renewable sources of energy can play a critical role in our economic recovery, offering growth and job creation opportunities. The significant development of renewable energy is linked to the potential for international trade in renewable energy. In January, the United Kingdom Secretary of State for Energy and Climate Change, Ed Davey, and myself signed a Memorandum of Understanding on Energy Cooperation. That memorandum sent a strong signal of our shared interest in developing the opportunity to export green energy from Ireland to Britain. I believe trading of renewable energy can result in more cost-efficient use of resources, can drive down deployment costs, can be sustainable in the longer term, and can reduce dependence on fossil fuels. The enabling cooperation mechanisms under that 2009 Renewable Energy Directive are in their infancy and are not being used as expected. They have to result in clear benefits for governments and developers. The benefit of such projects will not only be felt in the renewable energy sector, but can deliver significant high-quality employment. On the transport side, Like most member states, Ireland will meet its 10% target mainly by the increased deployment of biofuels, but also by the replacement of part of our transport fleet with electric vehicles. Increased demand for biofuels is acting as an incentive for the indigenous production of sustainable biofuels, and when made from waste materials, this will deliver significantly greater environmental benefits. Despite the slower than anticipated uptake, both here and across Europe, electric vehicles will become a mainstream mode of transport, especially post-2020, and will play an important role in the decarbonisation of transport. Infrastructure must be put in place to support an increasing number of electric vehicles. The development of this infrastructure is providing opportunities to both local manufacturers in the production of charging points and to the ICT and engineering sectors in the design of hardware and software for this infrastructure. Ireland, I'm glad to say, is in the vanguard of the deployment of intelligent charging infrastructure. The electrification of transport by acting as an energy store will also provide a means of better balancing electricity supply with demand, which will further increase the efficiency and effectiveness of wind and other intermittent power on the system and lead to lower energy costs. Developing renewable energy is an integral part of achieving sustainable energy objectives and our climate change strategy. Along with energy efficiency and smart networks, it will assist in transforming Europe's economy from one based on a predominantly import-based fossil fuel dependence to a more indigenous, low-carbon economy. While much of the focus to date has rightly been on achieving our 2020 targets, the international agenda is very much moving out to 2030 and 2050 for the reasons that the Commissioner has just explained. Energy is at the heart of all economic development and growth, and security of supply is the lifeblood. A fully integrated and interconnected internal energy market will ensure the future of the energy sector in Europe, with positive consequences for business, consumers, and growth. The shift from traditional carbon-based energy sources to alternative sources, especially renewables, as well as improved interconnection and greater energy efficiency measures, will all require increased coordination at European Union level. The aim of these efforts is not simply to achieve the 2020 targets, but to progress beyond that to 2030 and towards the 2050 goal of a decarbonised economy. Renewable energy will clearly have a central role to play over the coming decades in the context of EU energy and economic policy. It is the no-regrets option. As acknowledged by all at the informal council meeting here in Dublin, renewable energy is the only long-term solution to the energy problem. The challenge for us all, however, is to leverage the resources that we have to maximise the benefits that accrue to the economy and to our citizens. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you, Minister. I'll now take questions, and we'll take them. We have a good number of questions, so we'll take them in batches of 4. And if I could ask the speakers to try and keep it to about 2 minutes. The first question comes from the Italian delegation, Senator Pupato.
Thank you very much. First of all, could I informally thank our host country, and in particular the city of Dublin, for the superb hospitality. Now, as to my question, I'd like to understand when it comes to the experiment on carbon capture, the experimentation that's going on in various countries in Europe, focusing on carbon, can I know what real hope there is regarding this technology and what the real prospects may be for people who are today investing in this? Thank you.
Thank you. And could I ask from the French delegation, Senator Courtois, please?
Oui, merci, Monsieur.
Yes, thank you very much, Chairman. The Lisbon Treaty includes energy policy as one of the European Union's policy. Now, one has to note that each individual country continues to manage not only its own energy resources, but also its energy imports in its own way. So even its gas and electricity networks. Nevertheless, decisions taken by one country will affect neighbouring countries. So we see this. So wind and solar energy being developed. This has an important impact on electricity flows, which enter onto the national grids, but also the European grid. So what would be the best way of coordinating our policies without calling into question the sovereignty of each individual member state when it comes to their choices regarding energy production? Because the energy mix is something that in the final analysis is down to each individual member state. Now, second question relating to renewable energy in particular. Every country has its own support system, calls to tenders, certificates of origin for the energy produced, fiscal measures and so on and so forth. Now, the rules are very complex and vary often, and so it's very difficult for industry to know what the picture is and to adapt to the conditions in each country. Is the European Union going to harmonise legislation regarding support for energy production, or is this going to continue to be a purely internal national matter? Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. And now we go to the Belgian delegation and Mr. Calvo-Castagnier.
Thank you. First of all, I would like to thank the Irish presidency for the organization. Je pense au moment que
I think
le monde politique européen dans les parlements nationaux, mais
that in the national parliaments,
dans le Parlement européen,
but also in the European Parliament, in the political circles in Europe, everybody's looking for the future for our citizens. And I think that energy really is this sector really is a source of hope for our future and for our citizens. So it's a very interesting subject. Now, Commissioner, I agree with my French colleague who said that harmonisation of support mechanisms is something that's very important. Then I think there are another two very important things. Cooperation. We have very interesting cooperation on security of supply between the Belgian, French, German and UK authorities. So would the European Union have in mind strengthening anything like this? And then the Irish minister talked about demand side management. And in our Belgian parliament too, we believe that this is one of the ways forward when it comes to security of supply. Now, does the Commission have any ideas about demand side management? Then, harmonised green production, but also support for fossil and nuclear energy production. So just one example to conclude, in the Parliament, we had a resolution on nuclear responsibility. Now, if we believe that the future of energy is green, we cannot leave aside debates such as this if we are to have an honest and a transparent level playing field. Thank you.
To the final question in this section from the United Kingdom, from Baroness Perrin-Minter.
Microphone, please.
Confidence is absolutely paramount alongside ensuring that we have the legislative framework. And in the UK, we have an energy bill going through. It's cleared the Commons. It's now coming to the Lords, and that's principally about getting that investor confidence. And in the House of Lords, we certainly believe that in terms of the future, that we need a renewable energy target. Now, the British government hasn't come to an agreed position, but our committee firmly believes that a renewables target does need to be part of the 2030 framework. And at the back of the room, you'll find a short copy of a recent report that we have produced on energy. My two questions, the first follows up from my colleague in Italy on CCS, carbon capture and storage, which is a very important technology in terms of the future, but where there's been a very regrettable lack of progress to date. And certainly with the money through the NER 3000 facility has declined as the ETS price has collapsed, and the unwillingness of a number of member states to support this. I think it's very welcome that the Commission has agreed that the infrastructure regulation will provide for CCS pipelines to be supported as projects of common interest. But the Commissioner said that there would be further research and development. I'd like to ask, how does he see that being achieved, and would he, like the House of Lords Committee, support a provisional target date for requiring CCS to be applied to any new fossil fuel power stations based on the results of any pilot projects? And my second question, first of all, just to thank Pat Rabbit for all the fantastic work he's done to ensure the Memorandum of Understanding. We need more projects like that, bringing countries together, and I hope the Commission will be paying close attention to that initiative for trading between countries.
Thank you, Baroness. And could I now call on the Commissioner to reply to some of those questions, please?
Wie kann die weitere Entwicklung in Sachen der Carbon Capture and Storage
About further development of CCS, carbon capture and storage, or CCU later on, what might that further development look like? You may recall, I think it was around 1976, when the problem to do with SO2, sulfur dioxide emissions, were solved by the engineers, and filter technology was developed. Nowadays, in all fossil fuel power plants, we have SO2 filter treatments and high environmental standards. A few years later, the engineers solved the NOx problems by binding the NOx emissions so that they were not emitted into the atmosphere. So on the topic of emissions, now you have CO2, but this is something that can be used, it can be valuable. And I think that it is a task for all of us over the next decades to solve that CO2 problem from a technology perspective. And it's not just about coal-powered plants. If we want a decarbonized economy, then you need to look at the gas-powered plants as well, because there'll be problems reaching our targets. Because, okay, gas power plants emit less CO2, but nevertheless, there are some emissions. So we need to look at the whole industry across the board. Many factory chimneys, for example, emit CO2. So CCS goes far beyond coal-powered plant emissions. The problem is that in the European Union, we have 6 major projects that have been assessed, one in Italy, Rotterdam, Germany, Poland, and Spain, etc. And at the moment, they're not working properly. But who pays for this? The costs are huge. If you look at efficiency in terms of power production, the trend is slightly downward, so it's not a business model for a company operating in the energy economy. So we need to support this from the public coffers. Now, so we have allocated funding for this. The European Council and Parliament have made available €200 million, but that's not enough. If we want to be serious about this, for each large-scale demonstration project, we need higher funding. Perhaps we should reduce the number of pilots. If you look at the Rotterdam pilot at the moment, that seems to be showing the most potential, possibly the pilot in the UK as well. But at the moment, Norway, little Norway up there, is the only one that's implementing successfully such a pilot. I've been speaking to partners from Australia. Australia is interested in the longer term in exporting coal to Europe. But one factor in that is, how do you solve the CCS problem? With the Connecting Europe facility, we could also co-fund, for example, CO2 pipelines and to explore what can be done there. For example, if you look at the most densely populated industrial areas, you have Rotterdam, Cologne, Brussels, Maastricht, that kind of area. Belgium, the Netherlands and Germany, basically. So there you could use CO2 pipelines and the investment might pay off for potential investors. But it's important that we do have some demonstration pilots up and running in this decade. There was a question of promotion systems for renewables, how we can strengthen that or harmonize it or Europeanize it. I think that the time is right to do that. The question is, do we need a new target for renewables? I'm firmly convinced that we do need new targets for CO2 emission reduction for 2030. But I'm not under any illusion. It will not be easy to get the support of all of the member states for this. Some countries will have very ambitious targets, but perhaps the most ambitious of targets would not garner the support of everyone. Next year, we will still be emitting CO2, so I think it's better to get a pragmatic target that everyone can support than an ambitious target that only some can support, and then the whole thing falls apart. Just to give you one figure, let's say minus 40 or minus 50%. I think that's far too ambitious, not realistic, a 40 or 50% reduction. But I think that we have 500 million people, we have 28 member states. I think it's important that we get everyone moving forward along that road rather than a few front runners. I think there's more potential there looking ahead to the next global climate conference. I think we should have new renewable goals or targets as well. Why do I say that? Well, you could, for example, have wind energy parks, solar energy parks. Some of those might be closed down, for example, for various reasons. But I think that the future belongs to renewables. Some member states are producing quite a lot of energy from wind and solar, not all of which can be used. So I think we need to further develop the sector. We need to expand the infrastructure, in particular the transmission infrastructure, so that there's no mismatch between generation and consumption. So you need to be able to store this energy so that you can produce it, generate it, and then store it, and then it can be used when needed. And I think there is a mismatch at the moment. Some countries are forging ahead quicker than planned, whereas other countries are lagging behind. And I think it's important that we move forward together, and we need a common system for promoting and supporting these sectors. That you have some wind energy parks that are, for example, exemplary. Wind energy in the north, for example. Solar energy more in southern Europe, for example. So you need to look at it pragmatically. Why create infrastructure for solar energy in Germany or in Belgium, countries where it rains quite a lot, there's not enough sun? You need to invest in solar energy in countries where there's a lot of sun. And for example, there's a whole other point about the Maghreb, North African countries with the potential there. And I think that when governments accept targets and when the current period is over and we move on to the next period, it's important that we have a coordinated system to promote these technologies. That means that we will reduce costs and we will manage the flows more efficiently. At the moment, we're planning extending cross-border networks with the European transmission operators. We're doing that in the gas sector. We're involving Switzerland, Western Balkans, Norway, so those most important neighboring countries. And that map is the map that we'll be using for the future, so that we are able to map what we can achieve in terms of quality and capacity of network expansion over the coming decades. Then to move on to my last point, we're in the process of developing guidelines for capacity mechanisms. That's because at the moment there's not enough invested in power production. Without promotion, there'll be no solar parks, no wind parks, but also there will be no nuclear power plants or other power plants built, because a nuclear power plant needs huge investment. We're talking about billions of euros. And without a certain degree of state support, there'll be no takers. So, and we're in close contact with the UK government, for example. They're focusing on renewing their nuclear power plants and closing down some older coal-fired power plants. But when you talk about a nuclear plant, you're talking about having a guaranteed feed-in rate to the grid for the next 20 or 30 years. So how do you structure that? What would be unacceptable would be to have 28 separate capacity mechanisms, because that would mean fragmentation of the market. So there, for example, we're discussing this with the UK. And we're having a look at what can be generated in the UK. To what extent can wind power be exported from Ireland to the UK? If you look at wind power, the Netherlands, Germany, Denmark, Norway, what can be done there? And how do you match the flows, import, export? So you could have wind power being sent to Germany or Holland, the Netherlands. For all of this, we need guidelines in terms of what is possible as state aid or as financial support and incentives. That is an important field for EU policy over the next 6 months. We think that nuclear power will remain an important part of EU power sources over the next 2 or 3 decades. I think we're talking in terms of 25 to 30%. Nuclear power, we need a level playing field. But the question is, do you factor in the cost of disposal into the cost of power generated by nuclear energy? And then there's the issue of liability. During the next semester, we will be proposing mechanisms for minimum levels of compensation if there are nuclear power accidents. And so there's full information for calculations. Thank you.
Minister, do you want to add anything? Or?
Yeah, thanks. Thanks, Chairman. I suppose listening to the Commissioner, and as most people in this hall will recognise, this particular area of energy policy is a great deal more complex and complicated than I think consumers generally appreciate. Just looking at the last question raised about capacity mechanisms, the Commissioner is obviously correct that you can't have 28 different capacity mechanisms. But for example, I think it is also true that in respect of the necessity to maintain a security of supply, capacity mechanisms have a role, provided they do not distort the market. I think, you know, our consumers are accustomed, you know, when they switch on the light or they plug in the kettle, they get power. But in the troubled times in which we live, that's not something that can be taken for granted. And the world is changing and has changed, and there are enormous challenges to us in that regard. I was specifically asked about the question of demand-side management, and in terms of the other instruments about what we can do in terms of the future of renewable energy. Demand-side management and controlling our energy consumption is a very, very important aspect. We have an Irish company, an Irish multinational company called Glendimplex, that has just brought onto the market a new product that has capacity for storage and which will make a significant contribution, it seems to me, in terms of this area of demand management. As member states move towards smart metering, of course, that will also greatly assist, because our energy consumption is hugely wasteful. And as the Commissioner has said, our buildings, many of our buildings are products of a time when little care was given in this area. And the capacity there to reduce consumption and to improve energy efficiency is immense. Baroness Parmenter referred to the Memorandum of Understanding that Ed Davey and myself have concluded. I think we're very proud of that, and we expect by the end of the year, and certainly by the beginning of the new year, to have the intergovernmental agreement in place. It is challenging in the sense that you can't go down to Tesco and take down a template off the shelves for an intergovernmental agreement like this in the area of renewable energy. But I think we're in the fortunate circumstances that the neighbouring island requires energy, requires renewable energy to meet its targets. We have a capacity to generate more than domestic need. You would only generate more than domestic need if there's a market, and I think there is a market, and both governments are committed to realising that. And I think it's fair to say that both governments undertook a fair amount of study, because perhaps the most fundamental revamp of energy policy in the United Kingdom has been underway now for some 9 months or longer. And I think both parties are committed that it's a win-win for both countries, and as the Commissioner has said, is something that might be looked at or replicated elsewhere. In that particular context, the whole discussion that you've just heard about completion of the internal energy market, I mean, obviously that is and has been mainly focused on very complex regulatory and design questions, but it needs to proceed further than that to physical infrastructure in order to give meaning to that, and that is an important dimension. Again, I'm not sure that it's appreciated outside of energy circles, the long-term nature of investment in energy projects. You know, in domestic politics, investment in energy projects is not something that you bring to fruition in 5 or 7 years. They are long-term, as the Commissioner has said, more than 20 years in the case of a gas plant, perhaps 40 years in the case of new nuclear, and so on. Last September, we opened a new interconnector between here and Wales, and that is the kind of connecting infrastructure that is necessary if the integrated market is to become a reality. It seems to me that the impetus towards renewables ought not be halted. And I make that comment in the context of the question about post-2020 and the necessity for targets. I think if there were no target, there is no doubt but that the impetus would be halted. Again, one of the reasons being the necessity for investor certainty, because we're talking huge amounts of money, huge amounts of investment here, huge amounts of investments in circumstances where, you know, post-Basel III in the banking world, banks are taking different approaches now than might have been the case 5-7 years ago. So these are important issues that have to be recognized when we talk about the post-2020 challenges. And I think on balance that I probably agree with the Commissioner that a pragmatic target that can win consensus may be the way to go. It is correct, and we know from the meeting in Dublin a few weeks ago, that ministers are not agreed on this subject. We had a useful discussion on it, and I think a lot of common ground was identified. But there isn't as yet consensus, and in fairness, we have to conclude this issue as soon as possible. And I think the meeting in Dublin was helpful in that regard. But it's not by any means decided. I won't go back over the carbon capture and storage issue. It's not something that we've got a great deal, frankly, of progress to show in Ireland to be helpful. It is difficult for the reasons that the Commissioner has said, but nonetheless, it is a technology that we have to continue to focus on and develop. Thanks, Chairman.
Thank you, Minister. Thank you, Minister. Delegates, we have, I think there are 9 questions. We are on a tight time schedule. We'll get to as many of them as we can, but if we could keep the questions short and maybe the responses a little tight as well to keep the conference on schedule. So the first question comes from the delegation from Sweden, Ms. Matilda Ernkrans.
Thank you very much. I would like to emphasize in this discussion the importance of focusing on the renewables. Because there are no shortcuts. Sweden and EU and the world, we have to cut our GHG emissions, and we have to, in the long run, stop using fossil fuels if we are to save the humankind on our planet. And I think it's a little bit depressing if we here today are engaged in a debate when we talk about coal and oil and CCS and shale gas, because in my point of view, we should talk about the transmission from oil and coal to renewables, and we have to look a little bit around us, and we can actually see that EU are to be outrun by countries like China and India when it comes to investments in renewables. And I'm really scared about that, because I'm convinced that we have to create new jobs within the EU, and we have to safeguard our welfare, and we also have to combat climate change. And if we keep on discussing coal and oil and CCS and shale gas, I'm not very sure that that's the future I would like to give on to my children. So my questions, well, I have a specific question that is quite discussed in Sweden for the moment. It's the proposal on putting tax on solar energy. If the Commissioner knows anything about that, you could enlighten me. What's the win-win situation for EU on that and for the customer, because we want to have cheaper renewables for the customers. And also, I would like to emphasize the needs for targets and ambitious goals when it comes to renewables, and I hope the Commissioner on Energy will support that. Thank you.
Thank you. And could I move on to the Romanian delegation and Mr. Julian Jansu?
Right here. Thank you very much. I will try to focus on 2 main areas. So we are realizing that together we are facing 3 main challenges: security, climate change, and inequality, social inequality. So here there is a huge and tremendous difficulties, which is affordability. So there is country in Europe which are on the limit to pay their bills. one of these is Romania. So we are planning and we are developing a mechanism on renewables. We are sustaining the program and the projects in reducing CO2 emissions and so on. But we need something additional. I am referring now on European level. What I am referring, we need a common trading mechanism. So the first, from my point of view, the first action, it is efficiency. Efficiency, we are losing between 15 and 30% from total energy system. That's mean in a country as Romania, it is $4.4 billion. So here, if there is this unique mechanism, I am referring a guide, European guide, where this high efficient technology from developed country to be moved on the country which are looking and need to have and transfer this technology to save this huge quantity of energy. Second, it is the necessity to have a support for common and unique projects which are offering our alternative. I am referring on gas. Here I am referring in special on Nabucco and Agri project. And third, it is also a unique mechanism for this kind of efficiency on affordability. So I am referring on renewables, especially if there is a unique project from European Union which are transferring electricity from Romania, from Southeast Europe to West Europe. I am referring on Danube strategy, will be another chance for our country. Thank you.
Thank you. Could I now call on the Mr. Erling Sande from Norway?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is the first time, actually, the Norwegian Parliament participates in a chairperson's meeting for energy and environmental committees under an EU presidency. So I would like to extend my sincere thanks to Mr. McCarthy and Mr. Hayes for the invitation, first of all. As many of you know, Norway is closely associated with the EU through the European Economic Area Agreement. It also covers energy and the environment and EFTA participation in the EU programs. So energy and environment are policy areas of specific interests and concern both to EU and Norway, and where closer parliamentary cooperation would be especially fruitful. For Norway, it's important to underline that we wish to still be a predictable and reliable contributor of energy to the EU. Not meaning only gas, but we are steadily improving our infrastructure on electricity grid to be able to deliver more clean energy to the European Union. My question is the following. There is definitely a need for investment in infrastructure, as the Commissioner said, pipelines for gas and electricity grid. But how will the Commission secure that the most important and most economically robust projects are built first? What kind of mechanism will there be to secure the right order of the buildings on infrastructure? Thank you.
Thank you. Could I now call on Ms. Bianchi from Italy?
Yes. First of all, let me give my appreciation, the appreciation of Italy for the efforts of the Commission to build a single market also for gas and oil. Competition in this sector is very important, and a playing level field is very important. I think we should have also, as European, a very deep rethinking on nuclear energy. And I would like to ask whether there are efforts of the Commission to make clear what you were saying us regarding making all the costs clear, including risks of accidents and including the cost of disposals of nuclear energy. I strongly agree that we should have a very strong voice and a single voice as European Union. But I think it's important to have clear targets on renewables and clear targets for our efforts to slow down CO2 emissions. What I think is that we should measure every effort we make to go on the direction of decarbonizing the economy. I have many doubts on CCS storage, and I've heard with a lot of preoccupation. I must be honest. Your suggestion about CO2 pipelines, because especially in a period of short finance, we should strongly direct our short finance to our true goal, which is decarbonizing economy. So my last question is, what will the European Commission do to support smart grids, to support the possibility that that all the energy which is produced by wind and sun is effectively distributed in the most efficient and cost-effective way?
Thank you. Now I propose to go to the Commissioner and the Minister 10:35, so we have a number of questions left, so if we could confine it possibly to 1 minute to keep within the time limits. Mr. Bowden of Luxembourg.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Chairman. Minister, you emphasized the green economy, and you were speaking out very much in favor of the green economy. But shouldn't we change the instruments by which we measure economic growth to give green growth a chance? So a green GDP measurement, for example. Now, you've also talked about the damage to our economy from not having alternative energy, and we had reference to the price of gas and electricity in the United States, so the damage from our expensive energy. Don't you think a mixed energy supply could compete with US energy prices, and do you think the development of alternative energies can make progress as rapidly as forecast, if you take into account the issue of pricing? And third question, shouldn't we increase the scale of our objectives so that we can be more effective when it comes to energy? Because when it comes to processing raw energy, primary energy, into energy, we still have very high price levels.
Final question now from Senator Girotto from Italy.
Thank you very much for the superb hospitality, very well organized, and your wonderful hospitality. Thank you very much indeed. Now, we prefer to have millions of small plants, just a few kilowatts, rather than a few gigawatt plants. That's what we call energy democracy from the political point of view for which I stand. At European level, we think that it's essential to have some policy instruments to strengthen the energy changes that are taking place at present. So this is my suggestion. We have to note the failure of the trade market policy for CO2. We have to use the set system and reduce the number of permits, the backloading available. Now, which would mean that you could increase the prices of a ton of CO2. It costs €3 a ton at the moment. It should cost at least €20 for a ton of CO2. It's necessary to introduce a carbon tax at European level with a specific objective of moving away from carbon in our energy system. And above all, the paradoxical thing here is that we need to eliminate subsidies for fossil sources, because today these are much higher than the level set for incentives for renewables. And then a final point, we talked about CCS. There may be a technology that's existed for millions of years already, just called forests. Thank you.
Thank you. And my apologies to the others who didn't get in, but if I could come back maybe to the Minister first on this occasion.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman. The first question, Chairman, was from our Swedish colleague, who argued that the focus ought to be on renewables and less discussion about oil and gas. I can understand from where she's coming, but I think that it is inevitable that for some time into the future, fossil fuels will play a significant part in the fuel mix. And I don't think that you know, there is any avoiding of that. But that, of course, is an entirely different question from any interruption of the impetus that is there to build up our renewables capacity. And for that reason, I agree with her. Taking off my presidency hat and wearing the Irish ministerial position, I would like to see very definite targets in the area of renewables. As President of the Council, I have to acknowledge that it's not clear yet that we have a consensus on how far we can go in that area. But I think progress has been made in the discussions that have been ventilated so far. And I think that in the particular reference that our colleague made to the shale gas issue, that it's not that, I think, I don't want to speak for the Commissioner, it's not that we're suggesting that we all engage in hydraulic fracturing next week. It is rather to acknowledge that this has been a revolutionary phenomenon in the United States. And therefore, from a competitiveness point of view, Europe cannot ignore what has happened in the United States. I don't mean by that, for example, our populations in many countries in Europe would accept in the same way as the American population accept the notion of drilling before the science is settled or before the necessary legislative response is in place. So, you know, the Commissioner referred to the fact that he is contemplating legislative measures to deal with matters like the protection of drinking water and so on. And there isn't any doubt but that there is concern, very serious concern in particular countries, particular member states of the Union about the environmental implications, and I think we have to be sensitive to that. But if the price of gas is some 60 to 70% cheaper in the United States, or if materials for feedstock for industry in the United States has fallen so dramatically, it's very difficult to see how Europe will continue to be able to ignore that phenomenon. And I speak as someone who has last year commissioned our Environmental Protection Agency to do a definitive scientific report on the science here, because whatever decisions we make, and I don't know what decisions we will make, but whatever decisions we make, They have to be evidence-based. But I think if I were in the Commissioner's shoes, that I couldn't simply put my head in the sand and ignore a phenomenon that has been so revolutionary in the context of the United States. I will leave, I think, Chairman, questions on nuclear and so on which we're not competent in Ireland to the Commissioner. I mean, the failure of the ETS scheme, well, certainly, I mean, that has to be examined. I don't think at the time that it was settled that anybody anticipated the extent of the economic step down that we have seen. And that obviously has changed the metrics of the construction of the ETS scheme at the time, and clearly that has to be revisited. That has to be revisited again. I leave the others to the Commissioner.
Thank you, Commissioner. I think we have 5 minutes.
Wir streben an, den Anteil erneuerbarer Energien weiter zu steigern.
Well, we want to increase Europe's share in energy production, but I think in the next decade, fossil fuels are going to continue to be necessary in the energy mix, as Pat Rabbit has already said. 2020, the idea was to have 20% of renewable energy. So for electricity, it should be 30%, transport 10%. Now, until we have the second generation of biofuels, until we can manufacture those, it's not going to make sense to have higher than 10% because of the issue of sustainability and the land use. Now, if it's not sustainable to produce biofuels in the long term, and electricity is something that happens over the long term. Now, 2 years ago, there was huge enthusiasm for electric engines and batteries, more so than today. So, before 2025, there's not going to be really a shift in consumers to electric vehicles, perhaps in towns, but not in the countryside. Hybrids, perhaps, ones that are economical with diesel and petrol will be important, but oil is going to continue to be important for aviation, for ships, buses, trucks, and so on. So yes to more renewables, but you can't just have renewables without fossil fuels. It won't work. Now, if Europe no longer needs coal, but the world is burning coal, if we were not to need coal, well, the coal price would go down, and the stimulus to use the incentive to use coal elsewhere in the world would increase. So any development in Europe, which takes place in Europe, and its impact on the world has to be analysed from a global point of view. 5 years ago, we decided that the world would follow us on our aviation policy if we increased fuel prices, and nobody agreed with us. Nobody went along with what we were doing. So Europe is responsible for 4 to 5% of greenhouse gases. So anything we do only makes sense if the other 95% is involved too, and not if we just work as an island Europe working on our own. Now, we don't want to be taxing energy. We want to co-finance supply pipelines. We want to increase the use of electricity, renewable energy, so that it can be taken to places where the consumer needs it. Now, an example of this, for Spain, for example, In Spain and in Greece, there's a huge amount of potential for the manufacture of solar energy. But then we need collectors. We need to be able to take this from Spain and Greece to Germany, from Greece to the Western Balkans, and to Austria and Germany, because Spain and Greece don't need all that energy. It only makes sense if they can channel it to the big cities and industrial countries, France and Germany. But then France and Germany have to be prepared to do without part of their own energy production and to import some of the solar energy, for example. Now, the 20% target for 2020, and as I said, in the transport sector, 10%. 10% for transport, but 20 is a general figure. That means that you have to have 30% in general. So more than 30% of the electricity has to come from renewable sources by 2020. Now, if this continues, perhaps by 2030 we have a figure of 40%, but and only 60% of non-renewable energy sources. But are you prepared at national level to have less than 60% from fossil and nuclear energy, to have 40% from renewable energy? That's the question that I'm asking, and that's the question that you have to answer. At the moment, 90% of electricity in Poland is manufactured from coal. Are they prepared to go down to less than 60% and to have 40% of renewable energy? So to be very specific, 76% of energy is produced in Spain from nuclear energy. Are they prepared to lower this figure to less than 60%? They'd have to close down 12 to 15 nuclear power plants over the next few years. Out of their 85, they'd have to close these down. And in France, for example, they've decided just to decommission one nuclear power plant, but I can't see any debate regarding the other 11 to 14 power plants that would have to be decommissioned. So these are concrete choices. I'm very much in favor of renewable energies, but if you're in favor of more renewables, you have to be also opposed to more nuclear and fossil fuels, and billions have to be invested. We can finance this up front, but at the moment, I think there's a general problem. Our energy dreams don't tally with the national budgets that you have. Energy efficiency, the Romanian colleague asked. Energy efficiency in Bucharest, in Berlin, in Dortmund, Paris, Lyon, Sofia. There are plenty of possibilities in old, badly insulated buildings to invest in these things, but the householders can't do them themselves. You need investment, billions. But you don't see this happening. It's something that we all talk about. We enjoy talking about, but it doesn't happen. I don't see this actually reflected in our budgets. Now, another question. What can the European Union do? In our cohesion program, we're making billions available for co-financing for energy insulation measures in buildings. Now, 100 euros that a European citizen spends, 50% of this on energy goes into the public purse. And of those 50 euros that our citizens pay, 1 euro goes to the European budget. 49 euros remain within the member states in the form of taxes and so on. So to think that the European Union, with its 1 euro, can solve all these problems when the national state has 49 euros, that's much more important. And unfortunately, we sometimes suffer from the fact that the money is invested where it should be. We should have not 1% out of 1 euro out of 50, 1% of GDP. We need 2 or 3% for purposes of research, innovation, infrastructure. But this is what your heads of government won't hand over to us. So, handing over money from their own budgets to the European budget means giving over power as they see it. That's the truth of how it is. Now, Nabucco, we think that by the end of June, the South Corridor will be concluded and we'll be able to get gas from Azerbaijan on an ongoing basis. So, Italy, Nabucco West, Bulgaria, Romania, Hungary, Austria. These haven't been concluded. Nabucco West is being supported by a number of European governments. Now, the gas companies from Bulgaria, Romania, and Hungary don't have the money. They're our partners, but they can't invest much. And TAP would have better investors. Why? Because TAP has Norway behind it. Norway is stronger than the whole of the European Union on that. Backloading, the proposal from the Commission stands. And in order to revitalize the price for CO2 emissions, you were talking about 20 euros. Yes, that's true. If you really want to send out price signals for sustainable investments in renewable energy, or for gas power plants, well then a price of 40 to 50 euros for carbon would be necessary. To raise the price from 3 to 10, 15 or 20 would be enough, but not enough for investors. Now, the 20% emission reductions is guaranteed at any price. Final point. ETS. We want to progress with this in the next decade. So CO2 emissions reductions objectives are necessary for 2030. Fifth point, my request. I often meet your Italian industry representatives at the moment. We meet every couple of weeks and complain about Italian politics and say, in Italy, everything is being done to help industry leave the country, to promote industry leaving the country. I think you need an industrial strategy. How much steel, how much aluminium, what is that costing in terms of CO2? And Italy, Germany and Denmark have the highest energy prices for industry. So to look at industry and jobs at the same time as climate change, it seems to be very important in Italy at the moment. Industry, if it can't believe in the future of its own country, well, you had a major industrial production in the past, and I do hope that you'll be able to achieve this in the future too.
Thank you, Commissioner. And that's, we draw session one now to a conclusion. And I would like to pay my gratitude to Commissioner Oettinger and Minister Rabbit for taking time out to be with us here this morning. I'm looking forward to a continuing dialogue with them on the many issues raised this morning. We'll now suspend for a coffee break, but firstly could I ask the chairpersons if you'd care to join me in the lobby for a photograph. And the meeting is now suspended and will resume, and this is the most important thing, at 11:15. Thank you.
She would be, but she's like, I ain't gonna give a bar.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, Tasnomi Darish, thank you. We will recommence the proceedings, and as I mentioned earlier, our topic for this session is protecting our environment for a sustainable future. This will entail a special focus on improving the air we breathe and a close inspection on the European Union's overarching framework for environmental policy, the 7th Environmental Action Programme. Last month, I met with 3 officials from the European Commission in Brussels to discuss the current status of the 7th Environmental Action Programme. And I was heartened to learn that the negotiations are proceeding very well under the stewardship of the Irish Presidency. My understanding is that this document will underpin the political framework for the implementation of EU environmental policies into the future, and the main focus of the 7th EAP, as it is now known, is to ensure compliance with existing EU environmental legislation right across the member states of the EU. This dossier has been the subject of 10 Council working group meetings and is a flagship priority for the Irish Presidency of the European Union. As such, its importance cannot be overstated. Air quality is also a topic of emerging and increasing importance, so much so that the European Commission has dedicated 2013 as the Year of Air Quality. Air pollution is detrimental to human health and to the environment. In Europe, emissions of many air pollutants have decreased substantially over the past decades, resulting in improved air quality. However, air pollution is still too high and air quality problems still persist. A significant proportion of Europe's population live in areas which do not meet minimum air quality standards. I'm looking forward to an interesting and a fruitful discussion on both these topics this morning. I would like to welcome our 2 speakers for this session, Ms. Astrid Shoemaker, European Commission Head of Unit at DG Environment. Ms. Shoemaker is currently the coordinator for the EU 7th Environmental Action Programme. I would also like to welcome Ms. Laura Burke, the Director General of Ireland's Environmental Protection Agency, who is with us today and who will provide an overview of EU air quality policies. Can I now call on our first speaker, Ms. Astrid Shoemaker.
Thank you and good morning. There's a bewildering array of titles in this room, so can I just greet you as ladies and gentlemen. It's a great pleasure to be here and a pleasure to have a chance to address you with your very specific roles and the great importance we attach to your work in making sure that what Brussels somehow invents and puts on paper actually becomes reality on the ground. When I speak about the 7th AP, I normally encounter one of 2 reactions. The first one was just expressed to my great joy by the Irish Presidency, who called it an important document, an urgent document perhaps. People say, finally, the European Commission has come out with a proposal. And then there's quite a different reaction. People saying, why on earth does Brussels have to put another piece of paper on the table? Don't we have enough of those? We have a biodiversity strategy, a climate strategy, low energy roadmaps, resource efficiency roadmaps. And now you come and tell us we need a 7th AAP on top of it. And why is that? And then in addition, I would have to say the 7th AP does not actually contain a lot of new things or a lot of new targets or new perspectives. Rather, what it aims to do, and that is probably its added value, I would say, is bringing coherence to policy making, and to a larger extent than its predecessors, it aims to create a sort of common song sheet for European policymakers. And by that I mean a shared understanding of the role and importance of environment policy, and perhaps underlining and defining this role, in particular in times of economic crisis. And I'll come back to that. The 7th EAP also wishes to put things in a long-term perspective, and therefore it sets out a vision of what we want to attain by 2050 and what it will take to get there by 2020. So intermediate steps, if you so want, towards a long-term 2050 vision. And finally, and again, our chairman has already mentioned that it puts a specific emphasis on how to overcome the gap between what is on the statute books and what is happening on the ground, because that gap is not only growing, it is also a very worrying gap, because it, to a large extent, calls into question the single market, but also the credibility of environment policy. There's no point in us going on with new proposals and new legislation when we cannot even make sure that what we have already agreed is actually implemented. Now, when you hear 7th Environmental Action Programme, it becomes clear that we've been doing this for quite a while. In fact, we started with environmental action programs in the 1970s, 40 years ago precisely, 1973, we had the first environmental action programme. And the role of these programs has actually changed quite a bit over the decades. In the beginning, you could more or less see them almost as a justification and as a rationale for environment policy, because there was nothing in the EU treaties on environment policy. This, of course, has changed. The treaties now tell us why we have to do environment policy, speaking about a high level of protection of the environment, protection of human health, rational use of resources, combating climate change. So with this change, the role of these action programs has also evolved. They then became for a while just a work program for the Commission, saying what we would propose and then leaving it at that. The 7th EAP aims to be different. So apart from the song sheet character of the shared agreement of what our challenges are, we would very much like to put emphasis also on the shared responsibility of the EU institutions, but also of the member states and their institutions to implement the program. That is, in fact, the cornerstone of our proposal. And then there's something else that's different in the 7th Environmental Action Programme. These programs used to be a sort of list of articles, standard legislation, if you so want. The Environmental Action Programme distinguishes itself from similar, let's say, framework programs in other policy areas by being legislation. It is adopted by the European Parliament and the Council in the ordinary legislative procedure. But we have tried to do this time to a little bit tell the story in this legislation. And we're telling the story in 9 chapters, and these 9 chapters we call priority objectives. The idea is under each of these priorities to look at what we have achieved so far, to look at the challenges we are facing, to define what we would like to attain by 2020 in view of the 2050 vision, and to then ask ourselves, what does that require? And as I said, we do this in the 9 priority headings. 3 of them are of thematic nature. 4 of them are sort of cross-cutting, the enabling framework, and 2 are looking at what we'd like to call the spatial dimension. But to come back to what I said at the beginning, the role of the 7th AP in times of crisis. I think the main message we would like to convey with this program is the focus on long-term policy making versus the usual short-term analysis and short-term response. So the idea and the main message is that in order to ensure the growth today, but also that of tomorrow, our policy making has to change. We need to correct problems of the past and then put the EU on a more sustainable development path for the future. As I said, a shared responsibility between member states and EU institutions. The head of the European Environmental Agency likes to remind us that we're facing numerous crises. And most people nod and say, yes, it's an economic crisis and a financial crisis. But we would say, yes, but it's also an environmental crisis, and it's a biodiversity crisis, it's a climate crisis and a resource crisis. And we cannot imagine that we could tackle the economic crisis without tackling the other crises. And again, that's the core of the rationale of the 7th EAP. So we need to find ways to tackle all of them at the same time. And in doing so, we believe that we need to make the case that environment policy and economic growth can and should go hand in hand. And that brings us to the much touted concept of green growth that in many ways is at the center of the 7th Environmental Programme. Green growth is the way for us to exit the economic crisis in the long term and to develop a new economy based on a more efficient use of our natural resources, and based on that more efficient use, creating jobs, increase our competitiveness, and cut costs. Now, a few figures. I'm a lawyer, so normally figures don't really communicate with me, but there are a few that really do this for me, and I'd like to share them with you. The European Environment Agency, and of course many other international bodies, tell us that our planet's population is expected to rise to more than 9 billion by the middle of the century. I think we've all heard that very often. That means in practice, it's increasing by 140,000 people per day. And all of those legitimately aspiring to the same living standards that we can enjoy here in Europe. Over the 15 years from now, there will be an additional 3 billion middle-class consumers. That corresponds to twice the total population at the beginning of the previous century. And of course, for those 3 billion people whose living standards will rise, that is great, and it should be like that, and businesses will thrive providing for those demands. But we need to bear in mind at the same time that it will put immense strain on many resources. We will need 3 times more resources, 140 billion tons annually by 2050. The demand for food, feed, and fiber is supposed to increase by 70%. And you need to just juxtapose that against the 60% of the world's major ecosystems on which these resources depend and which are already degraded or are used unsustainably. I'm talking about fish, for example, fish stocks, water, biodiversity. So in other words, without efficiency gains by 2030, we will need 40% more water than we can access. And we would need around 3 times more resources by 2050. And anybody tell me where they should come from? So there is a very powerful economic case to be made for an environment policy that aims at protecting the resource base and that aims at using the resources we have in a more efficient way. If we want to make that case, we think we need to really focus on a long-term perspective, and we have come forward with what we call the 2050 vision, which you see at the beginning of this program. And I don't want to read it to you in detail, but the idea is, and it is matched by the title of the program, living well within the limits of the planet. So you would live within the planet's ecological limits in an innovative circular economy where nothing is wasted and natural resources are managed in ways that enhance our society's resilience, and where our growth is not only low carbon, but decoupled from resource use, setting the pace for a global sustainable economy. Now, as I said in the beginning, to become a bit more detailed, in order to attain this objective, we have set this out in 9 chapters. 3 of them are thematic. To protect, conserve, and enhance the Union's natural capital is the first. Turning the Union into a resource-efficient, green, and competitive economy is the second. And safeguarding the Union citizens from environment-related pressures to risks to health and well-being is the third thematic objectives. Importantly, also for making the case for working on these objectives is to bear in mind that they are interrelated and can and should be pursued in parallel. In other words, what we would like to demonstrate, and again, that's an added value of the 7th AP in bringing these strands together, is how action taken in pursuit of one of these objectives can contribute towards achieving the others. To give you some concrete examples, improving resource efficiency will ease the pressure on natural capital, while enhancing the resilience of natural capital will deliver benefit for human health and well-being. When we discuss action to mitigate and adapt to climate change, we should bear in mind that at the same time increases the resilience of our economy and society. And stimulating innovation can make a significant contribution to protecting our natural resources. So it's not sort of monolithic thinking, if you so want. We would like to see the environment and the economy as an integrated whole, and we would like to pursue our policies in that way. When we talk about protecting, conserving, and enhancing our natural capital, that is our big priority, number 1, and probably the greenest of the chapters and the most traditional of environment policy approaches in this program. We, of course, talk in particular of implementing strategies that already exist, and first and foremost the 2020 biodiversity strategy, and also the blueprint on the protection of Europe's water resources that the Commission put forward last year. But we've also identified some gaps. For example, soils and land are clear examples where there's room for improvement at European level. Forest policy, presumably as well. And then we think we need to step up actions in other areas. Oceans are a very good example, and professionally, obviously speaking, close to my heart. There, the pressure is increasing. Blue growth is a very nice concept, but it means that we're increasingly turning to the oceans and to the exploitation of their resources to feed our economic objectives, so to speak, and that means that as environmentalists we also have to be vigilant and make sure we have a framework in place that protects these oceans and ensures that their resources are there for the long term. We develop, of course, our policy in parallel with the 7th Environmental Action Programme. So in pursuit of these objectives, we've recently put forward a communication to promote green infrastructure, and we also think we need to do more to tackle invasive alien species. The second big chapter, and that is sort of the core of the economic and environment nexus, is creating the right conditions for resource-efficient and low-carbon growth. This is the core of the green economy we want to create, and of course, again, it means first and foremost implementing what we already have. So we've already heard about the energy package. That needs to be implemented, and Connie Hedegaard will speak this afternoon about the climate package, the low-carbon roadmap already in place. Again, implementation of those are key components of our program. But we also think we need to go further. Improving the environmental performance of products over the entire life cycle, for example, is a key area of action in which more has to happen. 80% of resource use is locked in the design phase. Surely we can produce things in a different and less resource-consuming way. Returning waste into a resource has been high up on our agendas for a long time, and in 2014 we will in fact move to a comprehensive policy review of our existing waste policy to see how we can do things better and how we can attain the objectives we have already set. Just recently we have put forward a green paper on plastic waste. Ireland has, I think, is a trailblazer for plastic bags and how one can reduce the consumption of plastic bags. So there's again a whole work field that we would like to explore further. And importantly, there's also the role of the consumer. The single market for green products is another policy initiative we've been putting forward. It was discussed at the Informal Environment Ministers' Council here in Dublin just a little while ago. And it really means putting forward new approaches, how we can work with business and how they can arrive with us at methodologies for example, measuring the environmental, the water, the resource footprint of their products, and then enabling the consumer to have that information and to make his or her choices accordingly. The third broad subject are the environment-related challenges to health. This is a subject that sort of comes and goes on the environment agenda. It has been a very key priority, I would say, in the late 90s under Commissioner Wallström. Then it disappeared a little bit, climate change took over, and then resource efficiency took over. And now we actually see in the 7th Environmental Action Programme these three pillars: resource efficiency, climate, etc., and health coming back together at the same level. Here we would be focusing on air quality. We'll hear more about that in a moment. Noise and water legislation needs to be implemented. And of course, there's the vast field of chemicals, where we have very ambitious legislation in place, the REACH legislation, but where, on the other hand, there are new subjects out there that require our attention. And in the negotiation between the three institutions on the 7th Environmental Action Programme, we actually see that there is a lot of additional ideas brought into the programme compared to what the Commission put on the table, and being more specific on tackling endocrine disruptors, dealing with nanomaterials, addressing the problem of combination effects of chemicals. Now, these are the three big thematic objectives. We thought it's very nice that they're out there, but they need to be pursued in a different way than we have pursued them in the past. And that brings us to something we call the enabling framework. And the enabling framework is best perhaps described and memorized with the 4 I's, which stand for implementation, better information, more investment, and importantly, better integration of environment into other policies. If I can focus perhaps of all of these, most of all on implementation. As I said already, it's not much use, and I think you more than any other audience will agree with that we spend our time discussing interesting laws and putting them on the books, and then seeing them sit on these books and not being implemented on the ground. It distorts market and it costs a lot of money. At EU level, we've done a study just to look at what the cost to the economy is of only environment legislation not being implemented, and that study has come up with a figure of 50 billion euros per year. Conversely, incidentally, the administrative cost of environment legislation, often held forward as an obstacle, is estimated as 1% of overall cost of European legislation only. So we've been looking over the past years at how we can improve the delivery of environment legislation, and we think you would have a key role to play here. And that's another reason why I'm so happy that I can talk about the subject today. One issue we've discovered is, of course, completing the transposition process on time. Delays mean always uncertainty for investors, other stakeholders, companies, but they also undermine the efforts of those member states who make great efforts to implement in line with the deadlines of legislation. We are keen to see national implementation rules designed in such a way that they fit the specific circumstances of the member states. That's why we do directives. Very often environment legislation is done by directive. We only set the overall objectives to be attained. We leave it to the national legislators to go into detail how they should be attained. And thirdly, there's the issue of monitoring, making sure, I've said it before, that what is the outcome of your processes is actually implemented. From the Commission, we also see an enhanced role for citizens to play. So we're very keen on improving environmental information, improving reporting systems, making citizens aware of what is happening down the street, what is the water quality in their stream around the corner or in the next field. That means that citizens who spot something wrong, who can help us actually in making sure environment policies attain its objectives, have proper access to justice. And finally, and we also think there is a case to be made for an EU-level inspection capacity to act in exceptional circumstances in complementary fashion to what the member states are putting in place themselves. Briefly on the other enabling conditions, if I may. Investment for environment policy is something we've been discussing probably for a long time. If you go back to the Johannesburg conclusions in 1992, much of what we say today and have said again in Rio, we keep saying over and over again over the past 20 years and then don't do it. So once again, there's a call in the 7th Environmental Action Programme to phase out environmentally harmful subsidies, to shift taxation away from labor to pollution, to have a system to track environment-related expenditure in the EU budget. That would be really, really important. As it would be important to have an earlier uptake of the funds that are made available for environment-related purposes in the EU budget. And in fact, there is a very varied picture among member states, but we see a situation where there are vast unclaimed funds for certain countries that have significant environment problems. But if they're not claimed, or if they're claimed too late, if we come to the next budgetary cycle, we will have difficulty to make the case for significant funding to be made available for environment in the first place. So we find ourselves in a sort of negative spiral, and that's an important issue to address. And again, also an important member state responsibility. Very often we hear from cities that they don't know what is available to them. They don't have the information, they don't have proper access to Brussels, etc., etc. Integrating the environment into other policies is also a long-standing ambition. We have tools for that, we need to use them. Environment impact assessments, strategic environmental assessments, general impact assessments that look at impacts of our legislation and specifically also at how they affect the environment. All these are things that we think should be pursued, not just at EU level, but also at member state level. So that is probably all I can say in this limited time here on the enabling framework. Then just briefly on the two spatial dimensions that I have mentioned. We have heard a strong call from stakeholders to look at cities. Perhaps not surprising, we're a densely populated continent, and by 2020 it is likely that 80% of our citizens will be living either in urban or peri-urban areas. And we certainly want to acknowledge that in the 7th Environmental Action Programme. as a problem or as a challenge that the EU has to tackle as a whole. But we also think, perhaps more than any other subject, this is really an area where we have to see at what level action can be taken in the most efficient way. You might want to call it subsidiarity, but you could also just call it common sense. So we have refrained from proposing a new strategy for European cities. What we much rather would like to do is build on the efforts already made by cities. There is a Green City Network, for example. We would like to encourage that work. We would like to encourage cities to work together, agree perhaps binding criteria for what makes a sustainable city, and to give the opportunity then to local authorities to show the green bill of environmental health to their citizens, possibly in a competitive spirit, but not necessarily directed from Brussels, albeit supported to the extent that we can. And talking from the, not micro, but talking from the narrow dimension of focusing on one part of our own economy, more important than ever is, of course, the global dimension of the 7th Environmental Action Programme. It becomes obvious from the figures I've been throwing at your heads in the beginning. The program acknowledges, I think, more clearly than its predecessors that the EU's consumption has an impact beyond our borders, and that is something we need to be addressed. But at the same time, we also have to make sure that the other parts of the world that generate most environmental impacts, and as we've heard from Commissioner Oettinger, whose share in generating environmental impacts is steadily growing as ours is reduced, to generate these environmental impacts and consume resources in ways that are as environmentally mindful as ours already are, or we're striving them to become. So thus, the key parts of the Environmental Action Programme really look at the outcome of Rio +20, saying how we can implement that, how we can liaise better with our strategic partners, with developing countries, how we can leverage the funding we have. Clearly, this is not the time and not the place in the environmental programme to talk about new and additional funding for the environment. We've heard that long and clear in the council discussions. But there is a case to be made for better impact of the funding that is available. And of course, I think we all want to be very engaged in the discussion of the Sustainable Development Goals that are a product of Rio and that we hope will be in place by 2015. So then to summarize, the added value as we see it of the 7th Environmental Action Programme, and we have proposed it because we thought there was an added value, is really looking at the challenges that we're all facing together in the 21st century and trying to put them in a long-term perspective and putting forward a long-term approach to them. And it's really about a transition to the sustainable economy or the green economy or the sustainable green or green and inclusive, whatever you want to call it, economy. It's about doing economy and different from what we're doing today. I put a few more figures out here. We talked for a while about the great acceleration in the past century. That meant increasing our fossil fuel use 16-fold, our fishing catches 35 times, and our water use 9-fold. So if anything, this great acceleration is driving, we think, with great speed into some kind of wall. So again, in other words, we're not talking about green growth so much, we're probably talking about enabling growth altogether. Because a growth that is not green, we think, sooner or later, as we reach these planetary boundaries and tipping points, is not going to happen. And clearly we acknowledge that the world has changed. We are more interconnected and more interdependent with the rest of the world, if you so want. Climate change, disappearing biodiversity, scarce resources in other countries are challenges for us and challenges for third countries which need to be addressed jointly. But beyond addressing them jointly, and the key is really to address them in a coherent manner, to not just look at one objective and neglect the rest. We've seen that in European policymaking from time to time, but this is not the most promising way forward. Maybe I should just leave it at that. Maybe then just to say, in terms of process, to echo what our chairman has been saying, we have been following the stakeholder consultation for this document earlier last year. The work has really accelerated under Irish presidency. I can just say I've never seen a presidency working so hard and single-mindedly with the purpose of having this program agreed. And it is true we're currently in a phase where the old environment program has already expired and we are a bit in a limbo without a program. So this, I think, drive of the Irish presidency is matched in the European Parliament that has had to catch up a bit. The presidency was very fast, but they did catch up quickly. The European Parliament's rapporteur, Mr. Franco, has also shown a lot of goodwill, has worked very closely in a cross-party fashion. And we're now in a situation where we will be starting the week after next the negotiations between the three institutions, the so-called trilogues. And I think everybody's idea is that we will have reached agreement, even if not formalized, before the end of the Irish presidency. And we believe that agreement will be on a program that will be setting out quite an ambitious course for the European Union, and one that provides a framework for this transition to a green economy I've been describing to 2020. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Showmaker. And now we'll call on our second speaker, Ms. Laura Burke from the EPA.
Good morning, and I'm delighted to be here today to be speaking to you on protecting and improving the quality of the air that we breathe. And today my speech, my talk, will look at air quality from both a European perspective, but also to give you some information on the Irish perspective with regard to air quality. As you will all be aware, and as highlighted by the Chairman, clean air is essential to life on Earth, and therefore protecting air quality is vital to human health. Harmful substances in the air can cause both immediate and long-term damage to health, and of course these include both natural and man-made pollutants. This year of AIR 2013 coincides with the final stages of the review of EU air policy. And of course, then it's timely to ensure that our policies and measures are based on the most up-to-date science and technology, incorporating our experiences to date in improving air quality. This picture actually is part of a European competition the European Environment Agency organised, and this photo won the competition in the air and health category. And really what it's doing is showing the impact of air pollution. And in the EU, poor air quality reduces human life expectancy by more than 8 months on average and by more than 2 years in the most polluted cities and regions. The pollutants of most concern for human health across Europe are airborne particulate matter and also ground-level ozone. Health impacts include both chronic and also acute effects, and particularly impact those who are already immunosuppressed, having either respiratory or cardiovascular conditions. So both short-term exposure to high concentration of pollutants, but also longer-term exposure to lower level of pollutants have an impact on health. I think sometimes we perceive that it is the short-term high impact of pollutant that's going to cause damage, but there can be significant damage from exposure over a long period of time of lower levels of pollutants. With regard to then ecosystems, because we're both interested in the health and also ecosystem damage, the pollutants of most concern there are sulfur oxides, nitrogen oxides, ammonia and ground-level ozone, and the impacts being acidification, eutrophication and crop damage. And the causes of air pollution, and I suppose this is very timely in the context of the discussion this morning with regard to energy policy, because of course there's a link between the two. Emissions of air pollutants are closely linked to economic activity through demand for energy and also for products. The main sources are fossil fuel combustion, industrial processes, and also agricultural activities. And again here, I think there certainly isn't a common perception amongst the public that agricultural activities can have an impact on air quality, but they do, and ammonia emissions are a significant impact. Combustion of fossil fuels for energy generation, transport, heating is responsible for emissions of many pollutants, including particulate matter, nitrogen dioxide, or nitrogen oxides, and sulfur dioxide. Industrial processes then are the source of many of the same pollutants, but also heavy metals and volatile organic compounds. And as I said, agricultural activities being the source of ammonia emissions, and these impact on both acidification and eutrophication. With regard to EU air quality policy, as I'm sure you all are aware, the overarching policy framework is the 2005 thematic strategy on air pollution. This was developed in response to the 6th Environmental Action Programme's demand for a cost-effective policy framework to pursue the EU's long-term objective to achieve levels of air quality that do not result in unacceptable impacts on and risks to human health and the environment. So we're seeing here, and Astrid already talked about with regard to the EAPs, this link between environment and health, and it's very clear here in the context of EU air quality policy. As has already been mentioned, EU air policy has been subject to a comprehensive review. This review is now reaching its conclusion after 2 years of consultation, research and discussion designed to assess the effectiveness of policy to date, but also to look at the options for the future. Currently, we have 3 legislative pillars. The Ambient Air Quality Directives establish limit and target values for health-relevant pollutants in ambient air. The National Emissions Ceiling Directives establish emission ceilings for each member state for 4 pollutants with the potential to cause long-range transboundary impact. And then regulation at EU level for some emission sources, and this includes, for example, directives such as the Industrial Emissions Directive, the Nitrates Directive, and then Euro standards for vehicles. So a combination of legislative pillars and legislative approaches to tackle air quality. In the context of climate change, which will be discussed this afternoon, the emissions trading scheme, again referenced this morning as well, is used to control emissions of greenhouse gases. Then just looking at emissions trends of air pollutants over the last 20 years, and in many ways this is very much a good news story. With the main pollutants decreasing significantly across EU 27 states. However, unfortunately, and it's important to recognise, these figures do mask somewhat uneven progress across individual regions and local areas where ambient concentrations remain a challenge. So significant reductions, but there are still challenges at local level. And there's also a difference across sectors. And to give the example of sulfur dioxide emissions or sulfur oxide emissions, these in 2010 were 82% less than in 1990. So an enormous reduction in emissions from, of sulfur dioxide. But the reduction was mainly achieved in the industrial sector, including energy. Whereas if you look at waterborne emissions of sulfur oxides from, for example, international shipping, the reductions have been much slower, with the first limitations on sulfur emissions only agreed in 2012. So although a very good news story and an 82% reduction, different sectors have reacted differently and reduced at different levels. So first of all, to talk just about industrial emissions of air pollutants in the EU. Industrial sector have made measurable success in reducing emissions of pollutants. The large reduction in SOx emissions that I talked about, 82% reduction, but the large emissions of SOx emissions from the industrial sector, a combination of measures, including fuel switching in the energy-related sector, and again the Commissioner mentioned this morning, fuel emissions abatement techniques in industrial activities, and the impact of EU directives limiting the sulphur content in certain fuels. So a combination of those measures have resulted in the reductions. Fuel switching and abatement techniques also, of course, cause significant reductions in emissions of other pollutants, such as NOx and also particulate matter, so co-benefit there. In addition, improved industrial processes, for example, the use of low NOx burners, these also reduced emissions not only of NOx, but of heavy metals and persistent organic pollutants. So these measures had impact not only on sulphur emissions, but also emissions of other pollutants as well. Looking then to transport, And European-wide reductions have been achieved in the road transport sector for 3 significant ground-level ozone precursors: carbon monoxide, non-methane volatile organic compounds, and oxides of nitrogen. This was primarily achieved through legislative measures requiring abatement of vehicle tailpipe emissions, that's emissions from cars and trucks. These measures contributed to a significant reduction in particulate matter, almost 50% reduction in particulates from the transport sector over the last 20 years. However, while EU standards for emissions from cars and heavy-duty vehicles have resulted in significant reductions in emissions from road transport, the benefits achieved by these more stringent standards did not deliver the anticipated NOx emission reductions, particularly in relation to diesel cars or diesel goods, cars and goods vehicles. So a very good news story, but a lot more to be achieved in that sector. Looking then at the agriculture and residential sectors, almost 30% reduction in ammonia emissions across the EU, so a really significant reduction. But progress was mainly concentrated in the early 90s, so almost 20 years ago, and also in those countries that introduced better manure management practices. Significant challenges in this sector coming, I suppose, particularly from the characteristics of the sector, where there's high fragmentation and technical variability with regard to potential to reduce emissions further. With regard to residential emissions, these have been reduced through energy-efficient measures, cleaner fuels and improved technology. But there is the potential here, and we need to be aware of, that the switch to biomass from other fuels has the potential to increase emissions of particulates and PAHs. So how we switch over to fuels and the types of technology used are important here, so that there aren't unintended consequences from this switch. Looking then to Ireland, and the emissions in Ireland have followed very similar trends to the rest of Europe. As you can see here, significant reductions in emissions. Our largest emission reductions are with regard to sulphur dioxide, an 86% reduction in emissions since 1990. With regard to NOx emissions in Ireland, these have been reduced by over 40% between 1990 and 2010. Moneypoint is our largest power plant in Ireland, primarily run on coal. Again, there was discussion earlier with regard to coal, but that power plant alone has had an 85% reduction in NOx emissions and a 90% reduction in SOx emissions. So really very significant reductions there. However, in common with many other member states, our NOx emissions are above our national emissions ceiling target. The increase in vehicle numbers and in road transport generally sustaining emissions, even though improved technology has meant at an individual level or as an individual car level, reductions have been significant. So we have significant challenges with regard to NOx. In addition, our agriculture sector accounts for almost all of our ammonia emissions. And this is largely determined by cattle population. And while we are below our national emissions ceiling directive target for ammonia currently, as many of you will be aware, Ireland has very ambitious plans to grow our agriculture sector, and this certainly is going to be a challenge in the context of our ammonia emissions. Lastly, under the Clean Air for Europe directive, we also need to reduce our PM 2.5 levels by 10% by 2020. And this is going to be a challenge for the country and is going to require an integrated approach across many sectors, be that transport, residential and industrial. So although air quality in Ireland is in general very good, we have significant challenges that we have to face in the coming years. Just to give you a case study with regard to smoky coal, and this is a picture taken in Ireland in 1982, and at that stage we had a significant problem with coal-related smog, and this picture is taken in Dublin. And the reason for this is traditionally Irish homes have been heated by open coal fires, so therefore as cities grew, so did the impact of smog grow as well, particularly in winter. In 1990, the Irish government introduced a ban on the sale, marketing and distribution of smoky coal, and particulate levels dropped in Dublin dramatically as a result of that ban. In fact, research has shown that 350 premature deaths are prevented in Dublin each year as a result of the ban. The ban was so successful it was extended to Cork City in 1995 and more cities and towns following. And this graph here is just showing you the reduction in particulate levels in our biggest cities, Dublin, Cork and Limerick, between the 80s and currently. And that really has been the impact of the smoky coal ban. Recent monitoring of PM10 by the EPA has shown that levels have been highest in large towns where there's no ban on smoky coal. So there's a direct linkage between the two. The Minister for the Environment published legislation in 2012 extending the ban to additional towns and suburbs, but importantly introduced a ban on the burning of smoky coal. So not only the sale and distribution, but now there's a ban on actually the burning of smoky coal as well. And we expect to see further PM10 reductions as a result of that. Last week, the Ministers for the Environment in Ireland and Northern Ireland also agreed that a joint North-South study be commissioned on an all-island air quality to examine air pollution from residential solid fuel, in particular smoky coal, to consider the policy options to reduce such emissions. And this has just been cognizant of the transboundary nature of pollutants. Lastly then, and Astrid also talked about the importance of engagement and keeping people involved and the public involved with regard to environment and health quality issues. And this has been an important part of the 7th Environmental Action Programme. Recent opinion polls in Europe have identified that the European public is concerned with air quality. 1 out of 5 Europeans say that they suffer from respiratory problems. Now, it is important to note that that's not necessarily associated with air pollution, but they are reporting that. In addition, 4 out of 5 think the EU should propose additional measures to address air quality problems in Europe. And then, of course, there are new requirements at EU level, meaning up-to-date results of air monitoring from around Europe will be collected and reported hourly by the European Environment Agency. So very much trying to engage and link with the public on air quality and air quality issues. From an Irish perspective, last month the Irish Environmental Protection Agency, we launched a new air quality index for health in Ireland. It's a web-based index, and it's developed in conjunction with the Health Services Executive in Ireland, Met Éireann, and our Department of Environment. And what it does, it shows air quality across how the air quality is across Ireland, and it's a coloured band, as you can see here, divided into 4 bands: good, fair, poor, and very poor. And it allows people in Ireland to keep informed on air quality and its impacts on their health. And results from our national monitoring network are combined with information on health impacts of air pollution and shown on this colour-coded map, but it's also updated hourly. So this isn't a static map, this is something that is updated hourly. And people then can check air quality for their region, find out if it might impact on their health, and get advice on what they can do to reduce the effect. In addition to that, as part of this index, we've launched a Twitter channel which automatically tweets the air quality index for health every day with hourly updates if air quality is poor or very poor. So really trying to engage with the public and making people understand the impact of air quality on their health, and as I said, linking the two. So although we're the Environmental Protection Agency, we're actually working with other government departments to link air quality and health. So in conclusion, here in Ireland, we're very fortunate. Air quality is good, and we're only one of the few countries never to have breached an ambient air quality limit. Air pollution, though, is not just a local or national problem. The transboundary nature of air emissions in one country, of course, have the potential to impact on others. Europe has successfully reduced emissions of all air pollutants between 1990 and 2010, with some impacts and some efforts being more successful than others. But despite this, most Europeans are exposed to levels of particulate matter and ozone which can cause and harm human health. Our environment still continues to suffer from acidification, eutrophication and crop damage from air pollution. So we have to continue to look for solutions to air pollution problems and increase our efforts to reduce emissions. And coordination with climate and energy policies is important in this regard. So air pollution still remains one of the biggest environmental health problems in Europe and deserves our continued attention. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Burke. Okay, I need to remind delegates that we are under a very strict time frame. I have a number of speakers on the list before me, and the amount of time that we can allocate is 1.5 minutes. Now, the 1.5 minutes is a limit, not a target. So I'll ask delegates to be mindful of that, please, when you ask your questions. And the first speaker is from Cyprus, Adamus Adamou.
Yes, Mr. President, here, Chair. First of all, I would like to congratulate the Irish Presidency for this initiative in such a crucial issue and matter. And needless to say that currently there are many differences among member states as regards the levels of air pollution. In the case of Cyprus, exceedance of limit values and target values of particulate matter and ozone, respectively, is due to emissions from neighboring countries, which are not EU member states, as well as emissions from ships traveling in international waters in the Mediterranean Sea. My country faces a lot of particulate matter and ozone exceedance due to transboundary pollution and its climate conditions, very high temperatures during summer and very little rainfall during winter. My question is, how can the Commission ensure that the new air quality policy will take into account the particularities of each member state in order to adopt a policy which is realistic and pragmatic? And during her intervention, Ms. Schumacher highlighted that the Commission puts a lot of emphasis on shared responsibility of EU institutions and EU member states. In which ways this objective will be achieved? Are there any monitoring mechanisms that will facilitate the implementation by member states? Since there are funds available which are not utilized by member states, has the Commission any strategy to raise awareness and to diffuse information among member states in this respect? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Our second speaker, our questioner, is from Spain, Jose Torres.
Sí. En primer lugar,
First of all, on behalf of Spain, I would like to echo the congratulations for the excellent organisation of this meeting and the Irish presidency. We don't have much time, so I'd like to say that development of the European directives affect every country, and we want to have as much protected areas as possible.
Our next questioner is from Slovakia, Nicholas Huba.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. What's the problem? First of all, thanks to organizers for this excellent meeting. And now a few ideas and questions. Last year we organized in the Slovak Parliament a discussion forum concerning the preparation of the Slovak delegation for Rio +20 summit, and we tried to put together all relevant stakeholders, including the head of Slovak governmental delegation, and to adopt some recommendation for the Slovak delegation. Another result was that we attract the interest of wider public, including media, on environmental and sustainable development related issues. But it was an exception in Slovak conditions, and in general there is an evident lack of similar activities at the national level. And in connection with seventh environmental action program, which was mentioned here, the question is how to inspire national governments and how to push them to organize similar discussions at national levels in EU member states. Thanks.
Thank you very much. I'm now going to call on the speaker from France, Jean-Paul Gédéque.
Oui, yes, I'd like to start by mentioning the issue of managing natural resources. As has been said, we live in a world with finite resources, and therefore we have to save these natural resources, protect them, avoid pollution. And in the context of the 7th environmental programme, there are two lines of thought that I think are very important. First is the circular economy, recycling, making best use of things. Are you thinking of developing the circular economy? And then second point, we have to increase sustainability, durability of products, and functional economics could be a real priority in as far as it makes it possible to lease goods rather than buy them. Now, second point I wanted to raise was that relating to air quality. And as far as France is concerned, well, there's a particular difference in tax levels between diesel and petrol, 18 cents. So 60% of our car fleet in France is on diesel. So it's important. We're thinking in France about increasing the tax on diesel to that of petrol. So what do you think about that? Do you think that's a good idea? Do you think it would make it possible to reduce emissions of fine particles? Thank you.
They shouldn't have. So, Mr. Torres, you can finish your point.
Sí, estaba diciendo.
Yes, I was saying that at the moment we're creating protected areas. And I'd like to say that our government has been involved with implementing the Lisbon Treaty and the programme that has been ratified by the European Parliament as regards ambient air requirements. Within the framework of what is economically sustainable, it's difficult to, but we need to guarantee the environment for future generations. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm now going to go to our panelists and ask them to respond, and I will ask Ms. Schumacher to do first, and then Ms. Well, thank you.
Thank you. I'll start perhaps in the opposite order, the way the questions were asked. So I would start with trying to respond to the question from our French colleague with a resounding yes, very much so. The promotion of the circular economy is for us one of the center parts, I would say, of priority objective 2, moving towards a more resource-efficient economy. And one of the key initiatives we are foreseeing in the immediate future would be the big waste policy review in 2014, which is about a bit the same exercise we're doing for air quality this year. So we're reviewing specifically the old waste directives, the ones that address specific waste streams, but we're also looking at whether the targets for waste are still the right targets, whether we can be more ambitious. And in particular, we're looking at landfills, and that is a very specific commitment we're trying to achieve within the 7th AAP negotiations that are ongoing at the moment, would be trying to phase out landfill altogether, with the exception of some residual waste, obviously, by 2020. And it's a very challenging debate because the economic circumstances between member states are very, very different. We have 5 or 6 member states in the EU who have already managed to phase out landfilling of anything recyclable, so to speak, completely, whereas other member states still landfill up to 90 or 95% of their waste. So to try and accommodate these different circumstances within the action program is important, but certainly we would want to give more economic incentives and encourage member states in the implementation of waste legislation to look at economic incentives more than anything else. Leasing resources is another interesting aspect you're raising there, and one that we are looking at very favorably. There's an example for chemicals where the UNIDO works with several member states, for example, on chemical leasing, and it's a very promising concept where some innovative companies get together with these international organizations and some member states and the Commission, and looking how they can no longer sell as much or as many chemicals as they possibly could, but how they could sell a certain service, for example, a cleaning service. So all of a sudden it becomes of interest to them to use as few chemicals as possible because it will be cheaper for them for achieving a certain objective. And this kind of new economic model is certainly something we are very, very interested in. And increasingly also and you see that in our single market for the green economy proposal, increasingly also in working in a sort of pilot fashion, trying out new approaches, because this goes beyond the standard legislation where we're setting a framework within which people have to respect certain parameters. It is essentially more trying out promising approaches and seeing how they can then be made to work across the board. On tax levels for diesel versus petrol, interesting question. I think the European Commission doesn't normally say much about taxes in member states, clearly national competence, and clearly I think we see across member states countries react very differently to tax incentives. But the plastic bag example I mentioned earlier for Ireland is an absolutely striking example, where just a very, very small tax, I think initially it was 15 cents for a plastic bag, led to an amazing decrease of 80% or something like that, and then it leveled out, and then another 5 cents or something were put up, and again the use dropped. So in certain countries this is a very, very powerful tool. But there are other things we have to do in this diesel versus petrol debate as well. So for example, the testing of diesel engines and other engines was for a while done in a way which in terms of, from an air pollution perspective, gave, let's say, distorted results. So if we now do a different way of measuring engine performance, then we would have also different results for diesel engines, which would lead to different regulatory responses or different levels of compliance that we need to bear in mind. On Rio +20, I think indeed those member states that have been working very closely with stakeholder communities have been faring very well in putting this issue on the national agendas. From a European perspective, I think we can't do much more than trying to keep this debate alive as we're now doing through the discussion of the Sustainable Development Goals. And that, I think that is a particularly interesting debate, because we're now not so much only looking at what we need to do for third countries, but also what we as large emitters, together with others and increasingly large emitters of pollutions, need to do to make our own production more and more sustainable. And that obviously also leads to the need for national measures, and they need to be discussed broadly. The 7th AAP in the sense is probably not the right tool beyond highlighting the role of citizens in policy making and trying to highlight the importance of involving them early on in the drafting of legislative procedures. On the various questions coming from Cyprus on air quality, indeed the difficult bit about air quality is that air travels, and in fact it travels a lot faster and a lot more than we used to think in the past. So yes, it is true that there are some countries that have very good policies by themselves, still achieve very low air quality compliance because they get air pollution from neighboring countries, which means, or which highlights, perhaps like the Commissioner Oettinger did for energy policy, why air policy is such a European issue that really needs European-wide rules. I don't think the answer is differentiated standards per member states. I mean, we're looking normally at critical loads and health standards. They are the same wherever you are, but you certainly need to have differentiated, or we certainly need to see how one member state that suffers from pollutions of others can be helped to cope with that situation. In the specific case of shipping, the sulfur emissions should be going down and the NOx emissions. There is a lot of debate now in the Baltic Sea to have a NOx emissions control area. The North Sea is catching up. Hopefully the Mediterranean countries will also get together and look at this increasingly important source of NOx emissions. As Laura has explained, NOx emissions from other sources have been going down. Shipping now all of a sudden is a disproportionately high contributor. So that for your specific situation in the Mediterranean would need to be addressed. And the interesting situation in the IMO is that once one region would, for example, have a NOx emissions control area, let's say the Baltic Sea, all ships that would have to go to the Baltic would have to comply with that, provided they're built after 2016. And that will progressively be a bit costly, but it will progressively lead to a phase out of these NOx emissions and to engines that are equipped to meet those new standards. The EU monitoring role that you also talked about is very largely what we're trying to address in trying to promote better implementation. It's first and foremost, it's a role for national governments to make sure that their laws are implemented and that inspections take place, in particular, to monitor what's going on the ground. But we have found once again that there's a very uneven picture between member states. Sometimes it's lack of governance, sometimes it's lack of finances, sometimes it is whatever. So we are currently studying ways to come in from an EU level in a complementary and supportive capacity. That could mean, for example, that upon demand of a member state we would intervene, but it could also be that if we have a significant amount of complaints, and well-substantiated complaints from citizens, that something is seriously amiss in the country, that we would ask that country, the country's authorities, to carry out additional inspections and to monitor better what was going on. And these are some of the ideas we're currently kicking around. Your third question was particularly difficult to, what can we do about resources and the funds that are not being used? I think at EU level, very little. That really is an issue for member states. They know, your governments know precisely what funds are available and how they can be accessed. The problem seems then for information to trigger down and for the rules about how to access them to be understandable and be clear and simple. But the criteria are European-wide criteria, but the rules are national. But the only thing I can see is when I now look at my commissioner traveling to member states, wherever there's a problem, this is a standard issue who brings up, even with the prime ministers, as something that needs to be addressed. I have deliberately jumped over the Spanish question because I had a problem with the translation. If it was about protected areas?
Protecting guarantee the environment for the future.
Yeah, well, I think that is the whole key of the 7th Environmental Action Programme, is how we can act on a broad variety of fronts in order to make sure we're not depleting the resource base we have. And the important, I think, not new dimension, but dimension that comes increasingly into focus is that classic green legislation on its own, protected areas, for example, is important and is a cornerstone, but can only ever go so far. Then you need to connect these green areas, you need to make sure that, incidentally, you also have your network in the oceans. But beyond that, you really then need to look at environment and at industry policy and economic policy and see what our resource use there does to our natural resource base. And again, that's the key subject of the 7th EAP.
Just, I suppose, I don't want to repeat anything, so very briefly maybe to talk about the Slovak question around inspiring national governments. And all I can say is from our experience in Ireland, it needs to be very much demand level led from the public as well, because governments will listen to their public. So it's a responsibility of organisations such as my own to be ensuring that the public understand the importance of the environment and how it relates to them. So that's something that we've been working on, I suppose, over the last number of years, And part of it is the importance of the environment as an asset in its own right. And linking it, you know, even the photographs I was showing during the presentation, people understand that, but don't necessarily, when you talk about air quality limits or NOx, they don't necessarily think of the impact of on themselves. But when you show them the bathing water qualities, the beautiful mountains, etc., they understand that as environment. So trying to link, and in language that people understand. Also, I suppose, in the context of Ireland's economic difficulties, a message we've been promoting is the value of the environment in its own right, but also the value of the environment to the economy. Because, again, in Ireland's case, tourism and agriculture would be seen as key sectors which will see growth into the future, but both of those depend on a good quality environment. Our agriculture plan for the future is very much based on the clean, green image of Ireland. From an Environmental Protection Agency's perspective, what we would say is you can't say we're clean and green unless you can demonstrate it. So therefore we have to ensure that our environment is protected in order to protect these very important sectors as well. With regard to resource efficiency in the circular economy, again, in the Environmental Protection Agency, since 2004, we've been running a resource efficiency programme. But where it really became successful was in the context of the recession. And it's an interesting result, but because money became tighter, people and companies became more aware of cost savings and potential for cost savings. So again, this programme is linking the environment and the economy and the co-benefits. So for example, our hotels sector now have a programme called, it's a green hospitality or green hotels. It is the highest penetration rate of any such programme around Europe, because the hotels see that there is a benefit for them because they reduce water waste and energy consumption. Again, our healthcare sector, we have a programme that covers 52% of acute hospital beds in Ireland, because there's an economic saving. Huge amount of food waste happens in hospitals. I'm sure it's in every European country. We're not unique. But there is a benefit to managing that resource properly because there's a monetary saving. So that's, I suppose, my insights from practical implementation on the ground.
Thank you very much indeed. Thank you, Ms. Burke. There are a number of speakers who have indicated I won't be able to get to all of them because of the time frame. But our next questioner is Mr. Zemetatis from Lithuania.
Thank you. Commissioner Oettinger suggests us not to make obstacle to extract shale gas in Europe. My question is to Mr. Astrid Shoemaker. Would be DG Environment is making any research on a possible impact of extracting of shale gas on drinking water in dense populated countries like Lithuania, Poland, Germany, and other countries?
Thank you. Our next question on behalf of the Irish delegation, Deputy Noel Coonan.
To all our guests in Dublin. Compliment both speakers on their presentation, but there seems to be a conflict of policy running between both presentations this afternoon, and I'm referring to the need, as Astrid said, for a 70% increase in the production of food, and also the environment and climate regulations that we're doing, and there seems to me to be a conflict. Agriculture is the most regulated sector in the EU, and some of the proposals that are emanating from climate change is likely to put that in danger. And I would ask both speakers to maybe address the balance that is required between the ability to produce food, 70% extra food that is required throughout the world, and to protect our climate as well. And would, as lawyers differ, so do scientists, and some scientists would argue that climate change comes in cycles, whether it be 100-year cycles, 500-year cycles, or 1,000-year cycles, and that to some extent that the EU has gone overboard in both regulating the agricultural sector and indeed implementing or proposing regulations for climate change.
Thank you, Deputy Coonan. The next question is from Greece, Christos Dimas.
I would like to focus on the importance of raising environmental awareness across Europe and throughout the world. My view is that in order to successfully implement green policies, primarily you have to explain them and convince the general public why they are necessary, whether that is in a local, regional, national or international level. For example, in my country, in Greece, the changing climate is more evident, something which is proven with increased drought periods, wildfires, floodings and hail. As it is understandable, all of the above affect the economy in many sectors, whether that is agriculture, livestock or tourism. However, it has not become clear to all of the citizens that with our behavior and tolerance, we have allowed it to happen, and we must react to face it effectively. So I do want to stress the need to further raise environmental awareness globally. As it was pointed by both speakers, involving citizens is absolutely necessary, perhaps involving primary and secondary school education much more extensively than today could also help, as it would bring the issue to teachers, students and parents. And of course, media are extremely necessary in such an action. So my question is very specific. Having established important future goals in the EU, how has the Commission planned to raise environmental awareness?
Thank you, Mr. Dimas. And our next question is from Romania, Mr. Julian Iancu.
Yes, thank you. I will focus directly on solutions, and I am trying to put the figure on the most important issue, which is necessity to interconnect these sectorial policies and strategies at the European level. What I am referring on, we are on the energy, we have to cover each year 240 gigawatts more capacity installed, and we have to spend 230 billion of euro for this. If we would cover this supplementary electricity only from renewables, we have to build up a highway from Dublin to Beijing with wind turbines and 50,000 soccer yards with photovoltaics. First vulnerability, it's bottlenecks on capacity. Second, it's human resources. Third, it's lack of finance. So we have to understand that there is necessary a unique master plan which will interconnect all these policies, which has a unique target, environment, but in the same time our necessity for economical development and to reduce the social inequality. And on this, I think it's necessary to have in mind on transport, because energy and transport is covering 67% from total CO2 emissions. So on transport, first of all, we have to have a unique model on to transport, intermodal transport using a optimal mix of energy. In agricultural, there is half of European country, they are looking for irrigation. So here we have to combine renewables, photovoltaics with irrigations. Third, forestation is an alternative, but we have to have rules and barriers here. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have approximately 8 minutes left, so I'm going to ask both of our panelists. I'm going to ask Ms. Burke first and Ms. Schumacher, but we have roughly about 4 minutes each. So Ms. Burke to reply.
Thank you. First of all, with regard to the potential food climate conflict, to put to bed very quickly any perception that what we are experiencing and what is predicted to be experienced into the future is a natural cycle. It isn't. Man-made climate change is happening, and if it's not addressed, will impact on the whole of the globe. It will impact some countries more than others, but it will impact, and it will impact in Ireland as well, because I think sometimes people perceive that it's in other countries, it's those people over there, so we needn't worry about it. But first of all, I think from a social equity, we should be worrying about it and addressing it. And secondly, it will impact in Ireland, and we've seen impacts of extreme events already within Ireland. Whether you can tie them scientifically exactly to say that is directly because of climate change, but we believe certainly it is, and it is impacting on us. So I just would like to put that to bed. The Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change has identified that it is anthropogenic, and there are further reports to come out in this September, and next year will, I'm sure, highlight the challenges even further. With regard to the Irish situation, and I'll let Astrid talk about the European situation, transport and agriculture in Ireland are responsible for 70% of non-emissions trading sector greenhouse gas emissions. So that is a huge challenge for Ireland. Agriculture is already, as I said, being impacted by extreme events, but there are cost-effective options for agriculture. Teagasc have already done work in this area, looked at marginal abatement cost curves, and identified 1 million tonnes of low-cost, or actually negative cost options for agriculture. So back to the win-wins. They are there and would be of benefit to both the farming population and to climate change if they're addressed. One of the things that the Environmental Protection Agency is doing, we are a regulator of the intensive agriculture sector, but we also have an advocacy role. And we are working with the Irish Farmers Association, with Teagasc and Borbia, to look at a smarter farming initiative to support and assist particularly smaller farmers in doing best practice, which is both economic and, as I said, benefits for greenhouse gases. With regard to the question from Greece with regard to raising environmental awareness and the issue of schools, absolutely. Schools and getting children at a young age is the best way to instill environmental behaviour. In Ireland, we have a very, very successful programme, a Green Schools programme, which looks at both primary and secondary schools. What we have done in the Environmental Protection Agency is leverage that programme, and we now have what's called a Green Home programme, which I suppose how I would term it, probably not politically correct, is to use the pester power of children from the green schools to impact within their own homes. And again, that's been very successful and working in partnership with educators there. So I think I'll hand over, conscious of time, hand over to the Commission on the other items.
Thank you. If I start in the same order, I don't actually have all that much to add to what Laura's been saying on the how to strike the right balance between land for food and land and climate objectives. But I think that's a classic issue together with the shale gas debate and possibly the diesel debate, which basically reveals the shortcomings of our policy making so far. And to put that a bit more bluntly, we're actually quite bad in bringing together different strands and interests in our national and, by extension, European policy making processes. So if you take the biofuels debate, for example, it was for a very long time really only dominated by the idea that via biofuels we would do something for our energy and climate targets. And those that were saying early on, hold on, there is a food aspect here as well, and the food security aspect, they were basically pushed to the side as being the standard green ayatollahs that wouldn't want to go along with progress. And then we find ourselves a few years later coming back and saying, well, have we really struck the right balance here? And for shale gas as well, you find yourself in a situation where you have, even within the European Parliament, two parliamentary committees arrive at very different assessments of whether or not shale gas should be pursued and how it should be pursued. Same more or less between the member states. So one of the things that the 7th AP tries to put forward here is that we actually, beyond those two concrete examples, take a step back and say, how can we improve our mechanisms for policy making? And how can we make sure that for questions like that, we don't run ahead in one direction only to then crawl back slowly, but in a very early situation, bring all stakeholders and all scientific views at the table and then develop a policy that then doesn't have to be reversed later on and that offers the kind of predictability that companies would need in order to invest in the respective sectors. On shale gas more specifically, yes, I mean, we in DG Environment, of course, are concerned more than anything about the environmental impacts, but we also have strong legislation in place. So part of the discussion we're having now as we're reviewing and revisiting the legislative framework is in place is whether or not the standards and mechanisms that are there and that were developed without shale gas extraction as a technology being known or widely practiced, whether they are adequate. And I think it's too early now to see what the outcome of that is. But very clearly, if we find that the protection that we have decided we need to afford to our citizens or ourselves is not met as a result of a new technology, then we will have to see how this legislation would need adaptation, and if it needs adaptation at all. On the question of raising awareness, I think we couldn't agree more, but I would say that is perhaps the clearest example of shared responsibility between the EU level and the member states. The idea of an EU-wide res publica, if you so want, has not worked also well in the past, and we have not, as European Commission, been particularly successful, I would say, to sell the success story of the European Union in a way that all member states are fully buying into it at the present moment, nicely demonstrated in certain member states. So we're really looking for that kind of exercise, two member states taking this up, and yes, the earlier the better. We're running some support programs, we're trying to improve our websites, we have children's websites now on DG Environment's web pages, but it's all a very rudimentary effort, and it really needs to come from the member states themselves. And I think I leave it at that. Thanks.
Okay, that concludes session 2. I would like to thank our panelists in particular and also those who contributed. It was a very enjoyable session. The buffet lunch will now be served in the hall. There will be staff on hand that will direct you to that area. And I just want to remind you that proceedings will recommence at 2:15 p.m. sharp. Thank you very much. Okay, welcome back everybody to session 3. Before we recommence, I would like to remind you to complete a request for the floor form, which is in your delegate pack and colour tangerine for this session. Your participation is greatly valued, and a healthy debate and a discussion is a vital component, obviously, of proceedings. I would like to welcome the EU Climate Action Commissioner, Ms Connie Hedegaard, to the meeting this afternoon. I know that you have travelled to Dublin this morning, and I hope that your journey was enjoyable, and I hope that you enjoy your stay with us. I am especially enthused to hear more about the European Union's goals, its objectives towards achieving our climate change goals. I also look forward to a healthy debate from the floor as we discuss the possibilities collectively of achieving our emissions targets by using clean and efficient energy technologies. I would also like to welcome Mr. John McCarthy, Head of the Environment Division of the Department of the Environment, Community and Local Government. Mr. McCarthy is going to provide us with an insight into Ireland's drive to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. Finally, in this session, we also have a case study on energy efficient housing with Dr. Brian Motherway from the Sustainable Energy Authority of Ireland. Energy efficient housing is one of the critical areas and one of the long-term solutions to fuel poverty in this country. And everyone, I think, realises that climate change is happening at a time and at an alarming rate. And I am heartened that we have some of the most respected advocates of the green economy with us this afternoon to discuss that very, very important topic. And I know that all of you share the interest and enthusiasm that we have in welcoming our panellists. That being said, can I now call on Commissioner Hedegaard to address the gathering.
Thank you very much. Do I do it from here? Yeah? Okay. Thank you very much. And thank you for the invitation. And it is good to have this opportunity to exchange views on where we are and where we should be going with European climate policies. I know that you have already touched upon many of these things, I think, indirectly earlier today, so I'll try and be very brief. But just to start stating what I think is the obvious, namely that Europe does not have a crisis. Europe has three crises. We have an economic crisis, we have a job crisis, and unfortunately, while we are busy handling those crises, the climate crisis did not solve itself. So I think that the intelligent way out of our crisis is not to be dragged too much down in short-term thinking and taking one crisis after the other. First the economy, then we will come to the job thing, and then one final day where the sun is shining and we have nothing else to do as politicians, then we could start to deal with environment and climate. I actually think one of the things that really has distinguished the European model, that is that we have managed to do what the Chinese did not manage to do, what actually also to a certain degree the Americans did not manage to do, what the Koreans have not managed to do, what many have not managed to do, namely not just to address economic growth and then afterwards pay for the cost of the pollution. No, what we have been good at in Europe, what we have done since the 70s, the 80s, that is to have economic growth while taking care of the environment. And I will argue that has served our interest well, not only economically, but also job-wise. I come from a nation, Denmark, where I had one of the CEOs of one of the very, very big Danish industries some years ago when I was a minister in Denmark, telling me, actually when you did, the politicians at that time, did all the environmental legislation back in the 70s and the 80s, we hated it as industry, and we fought against it. But why is it today that more than 10% of all the Danish exports, that comes from exporting water solutions, energy solutions, waste handling solutions, all that kind of solutions? That was because politicians set up the regulatory framework that forced our innovative industries actually to come up with new solutions, so that today we have thousands and thousands of work places and jobs created there, and that goes for Europe in general. So I think the smart way out of the crisis is to try to find the things that can be good for our economy, that can be good for job creation, and that can also be good for climate and environment. One good example is efficiency. I understand you're going later to discuss building efficiency. That's an excellent example where if we do it smartly, we can bring down the cost we pay every year in Europe for imported fossil fuels. If you just take our oil bill in Europe 27 last year, we paid each day a little less than 1 billion euros for imported oil. Each day. It goes without saying that if we could bring down that kind of cost, while at the same time we could create jobs that cannot be outsourced. I mean, if we retrofit our energy grids, or retrofit our buildings. That's jobs created in Europe. That's the kind of jobs that cannot disappear to China. That's the intelligent way of thinking jobs of the future. So that's actually one of the reasons why in the European Commission we still believe that it is worthwhile discussing and planning climate policies. I can assure you it's not because we don't have enough to do with today and tomorrow and the next crisis and the next problematic economy in Europe. Just before Easter, we sent out a green paper on 2030 targets because we think that now it's time for Europe to take the next step in our combined climate and energy policy. If we start that process now, as we are suggesting, there is a public consultation going on right now, that would mean that in 2014, our companies, our industries, our businesses, our energy planners would know more or less what can they count on for after 2020. In other words, we give them the predictability that is always the first thing that industry would ask for politicians. If we postpone this discussion into a new Commission, a new European Parliament, it could easily become 2017, maybe even 2018, before we will know what our policies after 2020 is. And that is why I thought it was very important now to start this discussion. What should our targets be for 2030? I know that my colleague, Mr. Oettinger, has been here earlier today, and you have heard some of our reflections, but it's clear that in the Commission, we try to think it in an integrated manner, not just climate here and energy dependency here. Actually, when we discussed it in the Commission, and we had a very principled discussion about should we do this, and if, what should the targets be, how many should we have, I presented to my colleagues a graph done by the European Commission services showing the need for investing in energy grids and everything for the next many years. But the interesting thing is that when you have two graphs, one shows the cost, what you would have to do even if you were not thinking about climate. And the other shows what you need to do if you also include climate. Then you can see that the costs will be almost identical. Because even if we had no climate change challenge in Europe, we would have to do a lot of investments in energy in the decades to come, to have more efficient systems, more efficient grids, more interconnectors, all this. But it costs only a tiny bit more actually to do it right, seen from a climate perspective. So that's why we think that it makes also economic sense to address climate issues through setting up the targets. It's open still whether we should have not only a CO2 target, but also a renewables target and efficiency targets. I think, and there of course we need the input also from national parliaments in the consultation that is going on. I just think that it's very important to remember that our competitors, they are moving. The Chinese, they have seen that there are a lot of interesting markets for energy efficient, resource efficient products, renewable technologies. They create really many jobs in this area. And I think that when we define what we want to do in Europe, we should also think that one of our very big challenges, that is how to get more innovation in Europe. I believe by setting up targets, binding targets, we can help our governments to stay tuned. We can let our companies know where we are heading. And if we are doing it smartly, we can also create new export products, new solutions that we can prosper from economically. So that's one thing about the targets. We can come back to some of the details. The other thing that we can also do from the European level, that is to take care that the pricing is right, that it costs something to pollute. When Beijing, for instance, 3 months this winter was almost drowning in pollution, so much so that some big international companies started to withdraw personnel because they could not defend to have the families based in Beijing because of the level of pollution. High-ranking Chinese officials said in the press, the pollution in Beijing is not an environment problem. It is a problem illustrating the problems of our economic and political system. Because if you are not factoring in the cost of polluting the common goods, then it's a very short-term thinking. That is what we so far have managed to do in Europe, to put a price on pollution, also on carbon pollution. That is actually what we did with our emissions trading scheme. And without going into a lot of boring details, I would just say, this system so far has served us very well. It is a market-based system, and therefore it makes sense when there is a crisis and activity in society goes down, then of course the demand after allowances will go down, and then of course the price should go down. So far, you could say that is the market in work, at work. But the problem is, if the price comes down to almost zero, are we then talking about a price instrument, a key tool, that is actually doing its job? If it doesn't make a difference whether you invest in an efficient solution instead of an inefficient solution, do we then have an efficient tool? In the Commission, we thought, when you have a market that is already overflooded with something, in this case with allowances to pollute, you should stop continuing overflooding the market. That is normal, that then you stop the overflooding. That's what this backloading proposal that you have heard about, that is what it's about. Don't continue to overflood an already overflooded market. If the European Parliament last month had endorsed this proposal instead of sending it back in the Environment Committee, then according to 4 independent analyses, the prices would have come back to where they were last November. So those who argue against this because they argue that then you would have a steep increase in energy prices, it is simply not right. You would just avoid that it comes so close to zero that you cannot call it a key instrument any longer. I think it's very important in Europe that it costs something to pollute. I think we should protect a system that is market-based, meaning that it's cheaper to get your allowances when there is a crisis than when there is not a crisis, but take care that it does not become a relevant tool, because what is then the alternative? My fear is that it is a patchwork of 27 national regimes. I know that there are ministers in our member states who, if they do not have a strong ETS, start to think about what could we then do? If we have to finance the Energiewende in Germany, and Finance Minister Schäuble, he needs some revenues, how will he find it? If not through the ETS, he probably finds it in another way. The British have already introduced a floor price. Others are considering introducing national CO2 prices. So what is at stake here is, should we have a Europeanized system, or should we have renationalization of our energy and climate policies? The last thing I will mention is, very, very briefly, of course we can do a lot also through regulation. I mean, targets is one thing, pricing is another thing, but regulation for cars, for trucks, for vans, for products, for machinery, there are many things we can do, building standards, so on and so forth. But of course, only to a certain level if we do not want to have too detailed regulation at the EU level, but that is still part of the tools that we have in the toolbox. I would only mention briefly 2 further things. What we are now doing with the EU budget is to say that at least 20% of the whole EU budget should help us achieve our climate and energy targets, the 2020 targets. Obviously, it does not mean that the money will go into, say, my services in Brussels, but it means that when we take a choice in Europe for innovation, for research, for agriculture, for transport, for buildings, then the money should be spent in a way that does not work against our climate and energy targets, but that backs our climate and energy targets. I think that's a smart way of spending the money, and that's a way in a time where you do not have a lot of money that you can get the maximum value out of each euro spent at the European level. My last and final point is something I have also been asked to address. I will do that very briefly. We can come back to it. I know that there might be some, I don't know in this room, but I'm sure in your parliaments, who would say, it's all very fine, but now we have a crisis. And why bother to think about 2030 right now? Shouldn't we wait until we have had the International Climate Conference in 2015 and then see where we are? There I just have to say, in order to get an outcome of that climate conference that runs parallel to what Europe wants, Europe must make up its mind. We must have a position. We cannot come empty-handed to that negotiation. And the first question we will be met with would be, what do you suggest you are ready to do after 2020? So that is why the timing of this 2030 paper, that is no coincidence. That is in order for us in Europe to get our act together, in order to be able to speak with one voice, and thus being able to get the maximum out of the climate conference in 2015, where first the Poles this year and then the French in 2015 will be hosting and responsible for the international negotiations. So I think it is very suitable that Europe would have made its own position clear, and the different papers we have sent out, that is also in order to secure that that is happening. I think we have seen before what happens when Europe cannot speak with one voice. I also think that in Durban, where we managed to speak with one voice and make the whole world accept that we should get rid of the old way of developed countries and developing countries being split, only developed countries have to do something, developing countries, including China, should only do it voluntarily. It was a major victory for Europe to get rid of that old division and say the future agreement, everybody has to be equally legally bound, and also the big emerging economies have to do their fair share. It would be a pity if we now lose the leadership we have had in bringing the world so far, and that is why we need to get our act together. And the different green papers and international consultation paper hopefully can help us to get there, and I would be looking very much to the input also from you representing national parliaments. We would need your input very much in the process on our way forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Commissioner. I'll now ask Mr. John McCarthy to address us.
Thank you, Chairman. Distinguished parliamentary committee chairs, Commissioner Hedegaard, ladies and gentlemen. At the start, let me just extend best wishes to you on behalf of our Minister for the Environment, Phil Hogan, who, due to other government business this afternoon, regrets that he couldn't be here with you. So I'm afraid you have to make do with me instead. Before I turn my attention to some Irish-specific issues, I'd like to take a few minutes to talk about the EU and international climate agenda, just following on from what the Commissioner has had to say, and I suppose as a bridge between the two. And this is relevant to us here in Ireland, not just because we currently happen to hold the presidency of the Council of the EU, but because ultimately so much of our climate agenda domestically, and indeed in many other member states, is inevitably driven by developments at EU and international levels. This discussion today is taking place at a very active and critically important time in the development of EU climate policy, both in terms of mitigation, but also in terms of the increasingly critical area of adaptation. While for a number of years we've had, I think, a reasonably clear understanding of where our climate policies needed to get to by 2020 through the 2009 Climate and Energy Package. We repeatedly hear from major stakeholders that in investment terms, 2020 is in fact tomorrow in their time horizons, and that investment cycles need certainty over much longer periods. Therefore, while obviously maintaining a very clear focus on our ambition for 2020 and the need to advance a number of important legislative files in that area, and we'll come back to those in a moment, it's timely, as the Commissioner says, that we look beyond that immediate horizon and map out the next incremental step on the EU path to a successful low-carbon future in 2050. And in parallel with all of that, it's also absolutely essential that we prepare well for the challenging international negotiations under the Durban platform, which are gathering positive momentum, as evident at the recent discussions in Bonn. The prize that we all have to remain focused on in the international process is the ambition to agree a new climate treaty at the climate conference of the parties in Paris at the end of 2015, in accordance with the agreement reached in Durban some 18 months ago, and as the Commissioner says, an agreement which all UN member countries signed up to. EU leadership in seeking to mobilise an effective global response to climate change is a priority which Ireland has consistently supported. That support extends to progressive development of the EU's own internal climate policy agenda, so that the Union, in addition to pursuing its own transition to a competitive low-carbon economy, can also demonstrate its commitment to effective global action through leading by example on the international stage. As a member state, and most particularly in the current climate in our EU presidency role, Ireland welcomes and supports the recent initiatives by the Commission in publishing both the consultative communication on the international climate process and the Green Paper on the 2030 EU Climate and Energy Framework. And we liaised closely with Commissioner Hedegaard's team in DG Climate Action for many months in trying to synchronise the completion of their work on both documents and the scheduling of our informal Council of Environment Ministers in order to ensure that we could kick off at a very early stage the important political debate on two very politically important proposals. And this close engagement worked well. Both proposals were published in late March, and the informal council discussions took place here inside the walls of this historic castle just a few weeks later on the 23rd of April. And somewhat akin to the formation in which you yourselves are meeting here today, we arranged for the informal Council of Environment Ministers and the informal Council of Energy Ministers to come together and have a bridging meeting involving both councils, at which the 2030 Green Paper was discussed. This provided an important and perhaps all too rare opportunity for both sets of ministers to sit down together and to exchange views on cross-cutting issues of core concern to both sets of ministers. In summary, the informal council discussions saw ministers generally welcoming both documents as timely and well-focused, and also welcomed the comprehensive process of consultation which the publication of the documents has initiated and to which the Commissioner has referred. In the case of the Green Paper, the political importance of providing clarity and certainty on a 2030 climate and energy policy framework was very clear, in the interests of investment, economic competitiveness and growth, and EU leadership in the international climate negotiations under the UN Convention. And it's important that all of those dimensions are recognised as key drivers in this process. And in the case of the consultative communication on the international negotiations, the Council, recognising the need to close the gap which remains to the 2 degrees Celsius target, highlighted the importance of EU leadership, but also underscored the need to move away from, as the Commissioner has said, this sort of developed and developing country firewall of the past, and secure an agreement under which all economies commit to take action according to their current and their future capabilities. So a dynamic agreement is what's required. And just to echo some of the words that the Commissioner relayed to you in relation to the extent to which parties in other parts of the world are moving forward. And China is a very good example. Our own Minister visited China last autumn in advance of our presidency, and it was very, very clear to him there that the Chinese government is very much in the space of recognising the opportunity side of the climate debate. The green economy, where are the emerging technologies? Where does investment need to be targeted? Where are the jobs and growth agendas of tomorrow coming from? So I think that is something that we in Europe need to be very careful of, and need not to lull ourselves into some sort of false sense of security that in some way other parts of the world are following Europe and following only because the reality is that many other parts of the world are actually moving ahead of Europe, and if Europe is not careful, it's going to find itself falling quickly behind. While the 2030 Green Paper and the international communication are both essential in the EU's strategic planning of its future climate agenda, it's vital that we don't lose sight of the here and now and the need to advance some critically important pieces of legislation that will provide the impetus for real emissions reductions in the short to medium term. The Commissioner has already spoken in relation to the backloading proposal and the events of the last number of weeks in which the Parliament plenary has referred it back to the Environment Committee. But apart from backloading, there are other files in which the Irish Presidency has been putting a lot of time and energy into in relation to CO2 emissions from cars, CO2 emissions from vans, both of which we are aiming to bring to first reading agreement by the time our presidency concludes at the end of next month. And we've also made considerable progress on new legislation in relation to reducing fluorinated gases, an important group of gases that we need to deal with because of their significant global warming potential. And that's a file that we'll be in a position to pass on in a fairly advanced state to our Lithuanian colleagues, who I see are here in numbers with us today, to conclude during their presidency in the second half of the year, and the presidency, of course, with which we wish them great luck. I mentioned earlier the critical importance of the adaptation side of the climate agenda. And sometimes, I suppose, adaptation has been seen as the poor relation in the climate debate. But the reality is that even with very substantial progress on mitigation, the adverse impacts of the changing climate are already increasingly evident to us all. And adapting to these changes is one of the most fundamental challenges for our future development and requires very careful planning. While much of that planning needs to take place at the national and local level, there are adaptation challenges that obviously do not respect national boundaries, and there is an important role, therefore, for regional approaches. And that's why the EU climate adaptation strategy published by the Commission last month is such an important piece of Europe's climate adaptation architecture, and one that has the potential to stimulate growth and jobs and prevent potentially high human, economic and environmental costs arising at a later stage. By better planning now, we have a better opportunity now to secure better outcomes at lower cost over the longer term. As Presidency, we recognise the importance of the strategy, and we are therefore aiming to have conclusions adopted on it at next month's Environment Council. Earlier I mentioned that we were having this discussion at a very active and important time in the development of EU climate policy, both internally and in terms of the EU's engagement with the global negotiations process. But of course, action at the national level is also vital, and here in Ireland we are currently immersed in an equally active and important programme for the development of national climate policy and legislation. The government objective is to complete this programme by the end of this year and to adopt a final national policy position on transition to a low-carbon future, including appropriate institutional arrangements, as well as finalising the introduction of primary legislation in relation to climate. A major challenge for us here in Ireland is the fact that within the EU, we have a somewhat unusual greenhouse gas emissions profile due to a number of factors, including the high share of our emissions which are agriculture related. And let me be clear, this is not because we have a carbon intensive agriculture sector. Quite the contrary, in fact. We have a very carbon efficient agriculture and food sector, as evidenced by much research undertaken at European and other levels by the Joint Research Centre. This is simply due to the scale of our agriculture industry in our overall economy. And the significance of the agriculture and food sectors in Ireland brings a sharp focus to the parallel international priorities of climate protection and sustainable food production in a world with a projected population of 9 billion people by 2050. Ireland is on course to meet its emissions reduction target for the purposes of the Kyoto Protocol in the commitment period which ended at the end of last year. And a number of policy initiatives have helped us along that road, including the restructuring of vehicle taxation on the basis of carbon dioxide emissions, an initiative which literally turned on its head within the space of 5 years the profile of new car purchases in Ireland, and also the introduction of a carbon tax, one that's being progressively rolled out and that just at the start of this month has been further extended to the use of solid fuel for domestic purposes. While we've done all these things, we are acutely conscious of the need to ensure that our efforts to return to stronger economic growth, we ensure in that process that we embed rigorous sustainability requirements in economic and environmental terms. We know that if we get our growth strategy wrong, we run the very real and very significant risk, as the Commission has repeatedly pointed out, of locking ourselves in to an environmentally unsustainable future that will undermine our credibility on environmental grounds and our competitive position in the medium and longer term. So our competitive future is crucially dependent on the extent to which we get our environmental policy and our sustainability policies absolutely right. The deep cuts in emissions that we will be required to implement and deliver in the period to 2050 do represent a huge challenge for Ireland, but early and effective transition to a low-carbon path holds out the prospect of a real opportunity to demonstrate environmental credibility and achieve competitive advantage in the emerging global green economy. In anticipation of the outcome of the national policy development process at the end of this year, Government has already announced a high level of mitigation ambition for 2050, and work is now underway on low-carbon roadmaps in 4 key sectors of the economy: energy, buildings, transport and agriculture. The objective is to achieve near zero carbon dioxide emissions by 2050 in the case of energy, buildings and transport, and carbon neutrality in the case of agriculture. It's expected that these sectoral roadmaps will be completed this year, and they will then feed into an overall national composite 2050 low-carbon roadmap to be finalised in 2014. At this stage in the policy development programme, the outline provisions of a climate action and low-carbon development bill, together with the underlying policy analysis, have been referred by the Government to the relevant parliamentary committee, which is chaired by Deputy McCarthy, for their consideration. Minister Hogan has made it clear on many occasions that he sees a central role for the parliamentary committee in the policy and legislation development process, particularly on the critical issue of how to meet Ireland's binding EU and wider international commitments, as well as pursuing our objectives towards a low-carbon economy. So in the same way as the Commissioner has been highlighting the importance of national parliamentary committees feeding into the EU policy development and the EU's approach to the international climate negotiations, in Ireland we certainly see the National Parliament Committee on Environment, chaired by Deputy McCarthy, as having a crucial role in the policy and legislative development position here on the domestic stage. In overall terms, one of Minister Hogan's priorities is to position Ireland in the vanguard of climate progressive countries, not just in the EU but at a wider international level. This reflects our support for EU proactivity and leadership in the international process. Our ongoing efforts under the National Programme for the Development of Climate Policy and Legislation, including the input which the Government will receive from the Parliamentary Committee later this year, is critical to achieving that aim. And we also believe that the priority which we have attached to climate issues during our presidency will help drive further significant progress on the EU's ambitious mitigation and adaptation agendas, while also positioning the EU to maintain its leadership role in the international climate process, a process which is so critical if we are to keep global warming below 2 degrees Celsius and avert dangerous climate change. Thank you very much.
Thank you, John. I will now call on Dr. Brian Motherway to address us.
Thanks, Chair. I've been asked to speak to you for a few minutes on one particular aspect of action towards climate change, which many member states are involved in and is also an active sector here in Ireland, and that's energy efficiency in homes. And I think it's a nice choice for the conference to have selected today, because it's something where early action is not only possible, but is actually happening out on the ground. And in many countries, we're seeing the benefits that can accrue, both in terms of emissions reduction, but also